Happy to see you.
I don't like coming rolling in like this because it's, I have to come
I'm
down.
rolling in like how Doug be rolling
To
in.
come down. I'd like to call to order the Riviera Beach Regular City Council meeting, October 22nd, 2019, 6:08 PM. Madam Roll Call.
Mayor Ronnie Felder.
Here.
Chairperson Kashamba Miller Anderson.
Present.
Chair Pro Tem Julia Botel.
Here.
Councilperson Trodrick McCoy.
Here.
Councilperson Shirley Lanier. Here. Councilperson Douglas Lawson.
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans.
Present.
City Clerk Claudia Anthony is present. City Attorney Don Nguyen. Here. You may proceed.
All right, we'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Lawson. Members of the public shall be given a total of 3 minutes to speak on all items listed on the consent agenda. Any person who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, please fill out a public comment card located on the table directly outside of the council chambers and give it to the staff prior to the adoption of the agenda. Do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
Madam Clerk, do we have any?
I did not receive any.
No, Madam Chair.
Can you pull your microphone up? All right. Any from council?
Madam Chair,
Okay, go ahead.
I would like the members to engage me in deleting audit services from the agenda.
Doing what? Which one?
Deleting number, I believe it's number 20,
Number 20, you said?
I'm sorry, 22, I believe it is. 24.
24.
24, discussion to set process for audit services.
Yes.
Okay, anyone else want to,
Yes, Madam Chair.
all right.
I want to pull the item number,
Wait, hold on, are you talking about number 24? Only 24 right now?
24 is the audit?
Yes,
Okay, I'm good with that.
You good with pulling it?
with
Yes,
having it deleted from the agenda?
yes.
Okay. All right, anybody opposed to that? All right, so item.
Staff?
Huh?
Mr. Manager?
If it's the pleasure of the board to pull the item, the board can pull the item.
All right, so item 24, we will delete from the agenda. All right, any other additions, deletions, substitutions?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can we have an opportunity to discuss the, what was on, then off, and back on, and then off again, item related to the Housing Authority, which, you know, I understand is not being added to the agenda? And clearly, we've met with them a month ago, and we've had a number of changes in how that process was to work, but at the last iteration of my conversation, I guess, well, not last, yesterday, the attorney initially told me that it was going to be on as an addition, then it's back off. So I at least want to have a discussion about where we're going with that, I guess, early on in the meeting.
Okay. Early on, as in before we get to discussion and deliberation, or maybe after he has his public comments, once you start, or is there something you can address right now?
If it is the board's pleasure, we can go ahead and address that matter right now. I think one of the issues that, or the issue that Councilman McCoy is speaking specifically is about the warranty deed item that effectively looks to transfer the property to the Housing Authority. It was contemplated that that item could be added to the agenda, but in the abundance of caution and to allow for additional time for legal and administration and the board to have an opportunity to look at the legal documents, staff would request that the board consider a special meeting on Monday to be able to dispose of that particular item versus adding it to the agenda here this evening. So that's kind of where that specific item, the policy here is certainly something that is related, but in some cases unrelated to that particular item. So we can discuss some of the issues if the board chooses to do so or concedes to staff's request to have a special meeting to discuss this on Monday as one singular item.
All right, comments from the board?
Madam Chair?
Ms. Lanier, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I had a comment. That's item number 22. I wanted to pull that item anyway because I think it warrants more discussion than a full meeting full of other issues that the city has. And that if we can put that item number 22 in addition to the other issues that are related to the housing authority and this property, we can have a special meeting to discuss that at length the way we need to be able to make sure that all the issues are covered.
All right,
So
so, go ahead,
it
Mr. McCoy.
appears that they're kind of, I guess, related, but they're mutually exclusive in that I was expecting the presentation that we kind of got ahead of time. But then I also had a conversation that Mr. Hurd indicated to me today that it was back off. So I think in full disclosure, I wanted to see if we can engage on where we are, at least from the housing authority's position and why there is so much. Because here's what I was trying to find out. It appears from the vote that we took, I believe it was on the 25th of September, we have already, in theory, given them the property. We haven't reduced it to a resolution. But when we go back and look at the vote, that's exactly what we had voted on. The motion was read by, actually, the item was read by the clerk, and then we conveyed a motion. It wasn't amended, nor was it itemized to say any kind of particulars, but in theory, we did vote 4-1 to convey the property. Now, reducing it to a resolution seems like something, oh, yes, I actually reviewed it, but I would certainly kind of keep that in mind. It's like, if we spent over 2 hours in that meeting, I mean, we got to kind of have some questions. What did we actually accomplish? And I thought when we left that meeting, that's what it was. And when I went back to review it, no one else kind of delineated any specifics other than conveying the property. So at this point, anything else should be just reduced to writing in by way of a resolution or a follow-up contract.
Well, Madam Chair, if I may, your existing policy doesn't allow for that to occur. So in order for the conveyance of property to occur, we need to modify the policy that allows for the board to move forward in such a fashion. In addition to it, during that conversation, the board did express that they wanted to see some information related to a pilot program or consider that as an option. So there was other elements that the board did articulate, and so that would be memorialized in a document and a resolution, the warranty deed and the resolution that would come before the board to effectuate the actual donation of property. And I think in the abundance of caution, something that has such value, I think it is only appropriate to publicly notice it and to allow for that information to be available with adequate time for public consumption.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm gonna have to disagree with Councilman McCoy. That's not accurate. We did not transfer any property on that last meeting.
Yeah, I didn't.
I
Well-
agree.
Let Lanier continue, or are you done? Ms. Felton?
Thank you. My recollection was that we said we were considering treating the housing authority in the same way we treated the CRA, in that we could, in the future, donate property. I don't recall that we actually voted on donating a specific piece of property, but I didn't review the meeting as you have done, so say that's
Well-
what we did.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that's my concern. We sat in a meeting for nearly 2 hours, and then we took a vote. So I don't know, what specifically was the intention other than what was printed on the agenda. We had discussions about everything. I can recall reviewing some comments Councilperson Lawson brought up, but, and this is why I guess, alluded to the fact, Ms. Nguyen, about if we're bringing this back up for reconsideration, would it be proper or would it be an extension of what we already started as far as this whole item? Because we did take a vote, and I guess it wasn't clear, but we did vote. That I do know.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My understanding of the vote is that we were asking for other options other than giving away the property. That's what we asked for. We asked for the city attorney to bring us back information and options other than going and just transferring and giving away the city property.
All right, so with 22, though, is this Mr. Evans and Ms. Nguyen, based on the item for 22, is this something that we can move forward with discussing tonight? Or is it appropriate to hold this one off and possibly have a meeting on Monday with the other part as well?
Madam Chair, it would be my recommendation that you probably handle those two particular items in unison. However, the policy does have to be modified in order to effectuate the transfer or the donation to any agency outside of the policy. So whether the board wishes to handle it this evening or handle them both together, they are intertwined conceptually, but staff is prepared to provide the board a presentation either way.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe resolution for 22 doesn't specify that we donate to the Housing Authority. Once speaking with our agenda review with our staff, they've amended the resolution to reflect donation to nonprofits versus exclusively the Housing Authority. So I would like for us to possibly go ahead and have that discussion when we get to that item to discuss what are the options of doing this and then move forward with the discussion of the Housing Authority at the next special meeting that we pose for it.
All right, so do we have,
Can we have the, Madam Chair?
yes?
Can we have the city clerk to read those motions from that night?
It's in the minutes.
We'll
I'm
have,
asking the city clerk to read the motions from that night, please.
do you have them handy, or is it something you need?
I will have to see if I can get one of my staff members to bring it up to me, because I don't have
Okay,
it.
so for the sake, though, of moving along, we are now still at the additions, deletion, substitution. We have not adopted the agenda or anything at this point. Now, while they're looking, I mean, we can move forward with the 22 being on there, and at some point, if you want to just make a motion to table it or postpone it, we can do that, so that we're not just waiting for her to go and get the minutes.
So I would like to pull the item, that's my statement.
All right, so you want to, do we have a consensus, or do we need to take a vote to
Well-
pull 22?
Well, okay.
Do you want to
so
do that first
I don't have a-
before you get the minutes? You want to pull it before you get the minutes, Ms. Lanier?
Yes.
Mr. McCoy?
Well, in respect of her, she can pull it, but what I was asking initially, since the Housing Authority Director is here, can we add that presentation to the agenda? So if she chooses to pull 22, I mean, that's okay, but, I wanted to hear the presentation and to kind of continue that discussion where we
Madam
last
Chair,
left off.
I'm sorry, Mr.
The
McCoy.
presentation that you're talking about is the one that would go
Was-
along with 22, or the one for the special
22A.
meeting? For the special meeting?
Right. Because again, the special meeting has not been noticed and hasn't been set.
Right.
We came here to kind of find that that's what the manager's recommendation is.
Which we were going to talk about probably a little later.
Okay.
That's what we're hoping to probably do, because I think they had individual meetings, discussions with everybody regarding it before tonight. So is everyone in agreement with pulling 22, or do we need to take a vote for that?
Madam Chair?
I'm fine with it being pulled and discussed on the night of the actual other item.
Madam Chair, so why would we be hearing from the Housing Authority anyway if that's not on the agenda? I thought we were having a special meeting for the issues that are discussing the Housing Authority.
I don't know anything about them doing a presentation, so I can't answer that. I don't know. I mean, that's what Mr. McCoy just said.
Okay, well, again, that's when I started off my comments, Councilwoman, and said, my meeting yesterday, or at least my conversation with the attorney, they were added as 22A onto the agenda. Then some other developments occurred, and then they pulled it back off. So at this time, at that point, the Housing Authority was already scheduled to attend the meeting tonight. And here's what I wanted to at least give them an opportunity, because members, I mean, certainly whatever our position is, I respect everyone's decision, but, we've been asked by emails and correspondence since April. At our last special city council meeting, remember, we set a special city council meeting to have the Housing Authority presentation, and we told them we would do the 16th, and we know half of the board was out at Tampa last week. Then we followed up to say it was gonna be the 22nd, and then the 21st, we find out that we now need to push it back an additional 7 days. So it really would be prudent that they're here, right? So if we were to hear a presentation, hopefully, you know, whatever concerns are out there can be addressed. If not, you know, it really doesn't matter. But, you know, it's kind of like, at what point do we decide we're just not going to give them the property, or we're going to continue to delay this beyond the time that it's even useful for them?
I don't think that's what we're trying to do. I know that when I had the conversation with them on yesterday, there was a reason why it wasn't put on it as an addition. And that's when I spoke to them on yesterday, and I'm sure you all spoke to them as well, they talked about having it on a special meeting, being that, you know, some new developments occurred. 22 is only talking about the policy, so that part could essentially be done tonight, but if we are having a majority that want to have it added to the other item that we've already been told needs to be on another time because we didn't advertise it. I don't know why Mr. Hurt's group was not notified to not come. I don't know. I had nothing to do with that part of it. So if we want to keep 22 on here while she gets the minutes, we can. And when we get to 22, we can just vote to have it postponed. Or we can keep it on 22, discuss it, vote it up or vote it down.
Madam Chair, in the interest of city property, donated property, city property is taxpayers' property. And we need to take as much time as it takes to decide if we're going to give away anything that the city owns, that the taxpayers own. So if we're going to talk about donating property to whomever, and it only became an issue because the Housing Authority asked us to give them property. So if this item number 22 needs to go along with the Housing Authority piece.
All right, can you make a motion to have that removed from tonight's agenda and add it to the, whatever the identified special meeting
Well,
date
Mr.
would be?
McCoy just pulled in the item, we didn't have to vote on that one.
Because we all agreed, it doesn't look like we're agreeing right now, so I just wanted to be clear.
I make a motion to pull item number 22 from the agenda. It is in regards to donating or giving away city property, and I want to be clear and to be sure that if we donate any property to anyone, that the city has covered all their bases and the city is not at risk.
Did-
Madam Chair, I have a question for the manager. Is it your preference that we deal with these two items together at a separate meeting?
If it is the pleasure of the board, staff is prepared to handle it either way. I think the conversation with regards to the policy in order to effectuate the discussion or even to start the conversation concerning the potentiality of the donation of property, that the policy has to be modified. So I think that's a very quick and easy item because I think the way that the policy has been modified gives more flexibility and latitude for the city. But I think your more substantive discussion is going to be the conversation about the parcel in itself. So whichever the board decides to move is certainly a decision that you will make as there is a motion on the table. And if the motion does pass or fail, staff will respond accordingly.
It sounds to me like what you just said was that it would be better to have that discussion. A simple yes or no would have been better. But it sounds to me like you're suggesting that we might want to have these conversations together. So in that case, I will second the motion.
And within that motion, was it identified to put it along with the other meeting, the special meeting?
No, it was not, Madam Chair.
But then I can modify the motion, and that piece, number 22, would be a part of the special meeting that will be noticed for Monday.
So we're doing additions and deletions. Okay, not setting the meeting.
Not in this, no. No. She's just basically deleting this and taking it off, and then they could pick it up when they announce the meeting.
So does this exclude the presentation that I was asking for?
We've heard from the Housing Authority. I mean, we are,
Hold on, guys. Okay, so we're in the middle of a motion. Let's vote this up or down.
Okay, but Madam Chair,
Yes.
point of order and clarity. When I initially started, I asked for a presentation to be added.
When
In
was
def-
that?
When
Tonight?
when I started, that's why I started the additions. I asked that we add the presentation. If she doesn't want the presentation, she can certainly include that in her motion, but, you know, we're dealing with two different things
Well, you're asking, can the presentation be added to that?
to this agenda.
Tonight's agenda?
Yes,
Even though we're voting, we're getting ready to vote on pulling 22 off.
yes, ma'am, because they were here and, you know,
But we're not adding anything to the agenda.
okay, well, we're not adding it, Madam Chair. I guess it really got confused because
Okay.
I asked for a presentation. Councilwoman Lanier said she would like to pull that item, so I don't know how either of them are even relevant to the actual order of the meeting. I understand they're relative in nature, but
Mm-hmm.
they're exclusive. So if you don't want to have it, that's fine. It seems like we're
I
going to
never
hash
knew
out.
anything about it, but it sounds to me that it is something that we're adding, because I was never aware that one was supposed to be taking place.
Okay.
All right,
Madam Chair,
yes.
so just for clarity on the motion, we're pulling item 22 from the
Can
agenda.
someone please silence their phone?
So
Go ahead.
the motion is a request to pull item 22 from the agenda,
Yes,
not have discussion about the item. Okay.
right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
No.
Councilperson Lanier,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Pro Tem Botel,
Yes.
Chairperson Miller Anderson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilpersons Lanier, Lawson, and McCoy dissenting.
All right. Any disclosures by council? Adoption of the agenda, do we have a motion?
So move. Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
did that vote encompass us removing item 24, audit services?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I just
It
want to
does.
make sure.
Well, that, yeah, with the adoption of the agenda, yeah.
Ooh, that was some work.
Yeah, it was a whole lot of work.
Tess.
All matters listed under the consent agenda item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilperson so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Do we have any council persons that would like to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, can we have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Madam Clerk?
Second.
Ma- Thank you.
It's online.
Good afternoon, good evening, I meant
Good
to say.
evening.
Erica Davis, Riviera Beach. I'm here to speak about Stony Brook. I am in support of you guys going ahead and signing off on whatever you need to sign off on for them to get that project going. It's been 2 years. Those people have been suffering for 2 years, going through drama and all kinds of lies. And they need to get this thing moving because they're losing money daily, monthly, and yearly. So it's time to get over this one and move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thane Lozman, Bessie Brown, Crystal Lewis.
Thane Lozman. For the record, Florida Statute 286.01143B, which is the right to public comment, states that for the consent agenda, it's limited to minutes and ceremonial proclamations. You are violating the Sunshine Law by parking items that should not be on the consent agenda, i.e. the resolution number 9 and number 10, and the expenditure of community benefits on consent. Community benefits used to be on the regular agenda, but because people didn't like public participation and comment about those city funds, you parked them on the consent agenda. I've retained a lawyer. We're drafting a legal action. We're going to name Botel in her individual capacity for having the police remove me when I was trying to comment on the consent agenda items that not should be on there. And the 5 of you will learn that you do not park items that are not ministerial or ceremonial on the consent agenda. Now, what about Stony Brook is ceremonial? What about its ministerial? Is it the minutes? No. I mean, you have an attorney right here. Why don't you tell her, can you please look up that statute and say, what does it say? And you will see you are breaking the law. You raise your right hand to uphold the Sunshine Law. Now, McCoy's probably the best legal expert of the five of you up there, and he can look at it and say, you're right. Why did all the years that we have community benefits on the regular agenda? That's not a consent agenda item. People may object to where you're spending their money. Why two major decisions on Stony Brook are those on the consent agenda? Those should have been on the regular agenda. Those are resolutions that have to be voted on, not parked on consent. Now, you're playing a little game, and that little game is breaking the law. Does that bother you? Probably not. Because if you read the law, you say, I'm not going to do that. But no one's going to hold you accountable. You have to file a lawsuit to do it. You have an attorney that should know better and can look it up and say, it's not ministerial what you're doing here. You're spending real money. You're making real legal decisions on Stony Brook, and you do it on a Tuesday where the Stony Brook people aren't showing up. What does that mean? Approving the release of unsafe building abatement. Who has the authority to make that decision? The building official said it was unsafe. There was all kinds of stuff put on. Well, you're just going to decide that's ministerial to release unsafe building violations on Stony Brook? I have a lot of problems with that going on. Where's the presentation? Why should that be done? How can you compare Stony Brook to the minutes of a meeting or to give a key to the city of somebody? You can't. You are violating your oath of office by proceeding forward with the way this agenda is set up. And a court of law is going to explain to you, especially you who's running the meeting, that you can't just make up what you want to make up as you go along. I have a problem with 9 and 10. Where's the backup for 9 and 10? And the other thing, 9, 10, and all the community benefits should have been on the regular agenda. So you will learn that lesson as soon as my attorney
Thank you.
files that legal action.
Bessie Brown, Crystal Lewis, Lloyd Brown.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My questions on this notice of release of unsafe building abatement order of record. I'm just trying to figure out what are we releasing? Are we releasing all those tagged apartments that were tagged by the building official, and we're just releasing that? You know, this is, you know, all you're doing is trying to change. I mean, you know, I don't know what you're doing. I'm telling you the truth. You just notice of release of unsafe building abatement order of record. What are you releasing? Because I want to know, is it all of those tags, red tags that was put on all those apartments at Stony Brook, and now we had an agreement with 10 items or something on there that they should have completed, and it has not been. I want to know, has that been done? And then you have in here a name change from Stony Brook, Florida LLC is now the owner of Stony Brook Apartments, and then you go down here to redevelop. Then you go and record the official records in order to obtain financing to redevelop Stony Brook Apartments and transfer ownership to Azure Estates, Florida TC, a Florida Limited Partnership, Azure Estates. What is all this? I'm serious. What is all of this? Azure Estates has agreed to assume all of the Stony Brook, Florida LLC stipulated agreements. This is really quite a bit. I mean, this is really quite a bit to be just trying to put on a consent agenda. And I'd like for you all to table this and put it on regular agenda so that we can have information and discussion on all of this, because this is just ridiculous.
Thank you.
Crystal Lewis, Lloyd Brown, Mary Beth Coffer.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Ronnie. Congratulations to you on your new position. I wanted to start off and say, first and foremost, I've been fighting on the grounds of Stony Brooks for 2 years now. I put in a lot of footwork only because of discrimination, and everybody in here right now is familiar with what we've been going through all these years. And before you came mayor, you came on the grounds of Stony Brooks. Now that you're mayor, you never came out there and seen what the people needed help with. You know, my condition, I don't get disability. I work. I'm a married woman with 5 children. I'm the voice for the women. Because you guys look at us like, oh, they're ignorant. They don't know how to talk. So we can keep them blind to the BS you guys been pulling all these years. You've been, you know, ordering on their behalf, and you don't listen to what the people got to say. I guess we're a ball of filth to everybody out here, you know. And my mom is in your church, and I couldn't understand why she didn't want to help me all these years. But now I see, you know, you guys got to stop looking down on us. Everybody out there is not bad. Everybody out there is not filthy. We're sick. We're sick and tired of being sick. I'm sick and tired of rushing people to the hospital in my 2 vehicles that I'm finna now lose. The whole property is sick. The kid's sick. I just helped Miss Solange move from her apartment of 14 years with Stachybotrys mold in it that Miss Amanda went to court and told the judge, there's no mold on that property. Well, I raised funds and I took the proper testing because they've been doing their tests all these years. Do me a favor, before you guys make an agreement on their behalf, all of you guys walk that property and look in everybody's unit. Stop letting them show you guys what they want to show you. Take it upon me. Listen, let me make a decision for once. I'm the president of my tenant union. Nobody wanted to speak up because everybody caught up in society and everybody's scared of roaches, rats, and mold. Me, I'm not. I got kids I'm fighting for. I've been humiliated all my life 1,000,000 times. What is 1,000,001? Please come visit this property. Stop pulling these cars behind our back because you feel like, oh, if they don't know about it, then they won't fight. Well, since this been going on all these years, you got somebody that's fighting now. And in order to understand our struggle, you have to understand us. You know my mother, she's in your church. Broken women can no longer raise broken children. You understand? So since I'm not broken and I'm fighting for my kids, y'all better fight for me.
Thank you.
Lloyd Brown, Mary Beth Coffer.
My name is Lloyd Brown, and I'm really, really confused. You know, I'm so confused. I mean, but I'm not running the city. So it looks like y'all confused too. And that's bad because you running the city. And just like she was saying, Mayor and you, Laughlin, and y'all, people haven't even seen y'all since you got in. I mean, some people were burning my phone up when they were running, burning it up. I mean, I could leave it in the sun, it wouldn't even get that hot. They were burning it up. Now that they're in here, they're not doing anything. I'm leaving a pamphlet here, see, because I'm confused, so I may not be talking about the right thing. I may be saying the wrong thing at the wrong agenda item, but it doesn't matter because I'm just doing what you people doing. You confused, but you're running the city. So it's bad when you confused. And when you sit up here and argue back and forth in front of people, let me tell you what the people told me. I don't even watch this on TV. I never saw me on TV yet.
Mr.
When I
Brown,
walk
we're
down the
talking about
street,
the consent
I know
agenda.
you want. That's what I know. I'm confused. I'm telling you.
Okay.
That's what I'm
The
telling you. I'm
consent
confused.
agenda.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So if you can do it, why can't I?
The consent agenda, please.
But I'm saying that's the consent. I'm telling you what Stony Brook did. I'm confused. So why you keep telling me about the consent agenda? I'm doing just like you do. And anyway, since you're speaking, these people at the homeless shelter, you got the worst district it is over there, and you running again, you got to be crazy.
Thank you.
Mary Beth Coffer, Edna House.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mary Beth Kofer. I live at 2640 Lakeshore Drive. My comments are in regard to Stony Brook, and I guess I have something in common with Fane Lozman. I don't really understand why such a complicated item, or it seems complicated to me, is on the consent agenda. I was sort of assuming there'd be a presentation on both items 9 and 10. With that said, I've been spending quite a bit of time over at Stony Brook. Some of the people from Stony Brook might even recognize me. I think that the situation over there is not accurately presented. There are a group of people who are trying to make things better for themselves and for their neighbors. And then there is another group of people who have been spurred on by the possibility of maybe winning a lawsuit, maybe getting an extra bag of groceries, or whatever they might be getting, to continue to say that apartments that are being lived in are uninhabitable. And in fact, some of them may be uninhabitable. But there are individuals over there who refuse to turn in work requests, who when they do turn in a work request, won't let maintenance into their apartment. There are people over there who don't clean their apartments, who don't run their air conditioners, and so they continue to have mold problems. Part of it is they have got to change themselves. But I think overall, we need to move forward we need to make that housing into something that the people who choose to live there and who need to live there can be proud to come home to, that is safe and clean for their children, that there is a place that's green and not brown for those children to play. It's really sad when I'm over there and I watch those kids kicking around in the dust. But I think there is a plan, and I think there is a way ahead. And anything that you can do to help that plan move forward, I'm all for it. And anybody from Stony Brook who wants my help or the help of my friends, feel free to ask, because I'm not afraid to go over there, and I'm not afraid to work, and I'm not afraid from the person who stole my cell phone over there a week and a half ago. I went back the next day, and I've been back there many times since. So I'm in it for the long haul. I want what's best for Riviera Beach, and I want what's best for those people at Stony Brook.
Thank you.
Etna House.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good evening.
I think most of you guys know me up there. I used to work with the tenant union with Crystal Lewis and I forgot his name, Adam. And I stopped because I seen that a lot of their information was either false or it was just jumbled up in a lot of the things that they were getting from either the internet or what certain people were saying for I don't know what reasons. So I decided to take it upon myself to do my own due diligence of talking with Millennia, people like Amanda that's sitting behind me, and work with the community, working together to try to build the gap between tenants and the office. As I started doing that, I noticed that the community is getting improvements on most of the programs that she's offering and the repairs that are being made, but they need this to be passed so that they can finish what they're starting right now. And I do believe that you guys should allow them to finish what they're starting, because there's a lot of women that's been talking to me and asking me, well, when is it gonna get finished? We don't think that it's gonna get finished because there's lies getting spread out. Like Mary Beth said, there's like two groups, and then they'll say sides, and they use words like sides, like, oh, well, we don't want to take this office side because there's this other side, and it's like, what's going on here? There are literally women who won't go report their repairs because they're being told not to. There's women who are being told not to pay rent and do different things that are literally damaging themselves because of lies that are being spread. I literally walked the property myself with Amanda. I've talked to several women. She's introduced me as the new tenant advocate for the Stony Brook Apartments. And I'm very happy, very proud to have this position now. I've been talking to so many women, and it's like a lot of lies. It's a lot of lies being spread. And I think that that's where a lot of this confusion comes from. Like I said, I can't say what the exact agenda would be to why they're spreading lies, but just from what I've seen myself and what I've helped with myself, I don't see the safety hazards in these apartments. So that's it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comments. There were 2 public comment cards that came in after I closed
Okay.
the acceptance of cards.
All right. So Have a motion, I'm sorry, can you go ahead and take the vote?
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
No.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson McCoy dissenting.
Any person who would like to speak on an agenda item, please fill out a public comment card located on the table directly outside of the council chambers and give it to the staff prior to the item being presented to City Council for discussion. Members of the public will be given 3 minutes to speak on each regular agenda item. In no event will anyone be allowed to submit a card and speak on an agenda item after the resolution is read or item considered. Any unfinished business?
No, Madam
Petitions
Chair.
and communications for filing?
None.
Awards and presentations, item number 16.
Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on on item number 16. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed. House of Love Naries, Inc.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, members of the board, if we can have Ms. Sabrina Harris provide the board with a presentation concerning her organization and their cause.
All right.
Good evening to each of you, to Mayor Felder and all the council members present.
Good evening.
My name is Sabrina Harris. I'm the CEO and Executive Director of the House of Love Illionaires, Inc. To break it down, because there's a lot embedded inside of our organization, I'm a survivor, ×2. 17 years old, drug-induced date rape that culminated into me being impregnated by my rapist. Subsequently, 2 years later, into a relationship, young, impressionable, and a lot of things embedded into it, but ultimately, it almost ended my life. So the cause that I take on today and I present to you is primarily domestic violence and abuse awareness and everything that is wrapped up into it. Because when I started to unpeel the layers inside of my experiences, what I found was there was not one dimension. There was a lot of things wrapped up into it, to include things that have happened in my childhood, things that happened to me, to include being adopted, never knowing my birth family, and having a sense of abandonment. So family was important to me. So if people ask me why I stayed, a part of that was I didn't even want to break up my family, not having that of my own. So what I did was 2013, God gave me a vision, and it is God because I was working in law enforcement at that time. I retired that career, and I established this organization. But the thing about the House of Love Illionaires is the vision. God gave me that a regular residence has rooms, but they all work together. They're uniquely defined. You don't go into the kitchen to use what you need in the bathroom. The bathroom has its own place, the kitchen has its own place. And how my organization is defined is we bring rooms per se, but their services together cohesively. So we have personalized intake, we have counseling, psychotherapy. I am a mental health therapist by trade. We have the holistic wellness approaches. So we have yoga, meditation, all of that embedded into it. We walk the women through trauma care. ACEs is the big buzz term. The adverse childhood experiences, intergenerational. We're reaching into the Medeas and the patriarchs and those, and we're bringing it all together, and a huge piece of this is education. But what I found also along the way was having someone after the fact, helping me with safety planning, helping me relocate, helping me establish myself, but changing my mindset. And my mantra now is positively change your brain, you positively change your life. So that's where our organization rests. We've been able to serve on the ground officially since 2013, well over 2,000 individuals, including families, including the outreach in the community, Curry Park. A lot of you see our forums and activities in the community. The trauma workshops are well established. But what I love about it is we're able to connect. So we collaborate a lot, which has been very helpful. I've gone into my 401. I have my husband standing here because I've made a lot of sacrifices. So I stand before the city saying, we're here. if you want to give us, I guess, see what needs to be done and give us something to be done, and then look at the outcomes, whatever it is, assignments, we're ready to work. So that's why I'm presenting today. I also wanted to talk a little bit about, very quickly, because I know it's time-oriented, the aftermath of community violence. We've done officially one mini documentary, and what we've started to do is those who have been affected by violence in the community, particularly here in Riviera Beach, we're sitting down with them, we're having conversations, we're giving them a voice, we're connecting them to services, and we're also following them in the aftermath, because it continues on. A lot of these children are left fatherless, motherless, and a lot of times, a lot of people are in place when they're going through it, but usually, more than not, after the funeral service and everything is done, they're kind of left to their own vices. So we step in and we pick up and we carry them the rest of the way. We're proud to say, of our own resources, we're shooting the next documentary this Saturday. So it's gone amazing, and we received a lot of positive feedback inside of it. My dissertation project, thank God, the process of it is on victimization. But what we're looking at as a twist is those who refuse to report and those who do not seek professional intervention. We cannot say, because they don't recognize the importance, that we just leave it by the wayside. So that's where the emphasis comes. The research has been amazing, and I'll be able to bring that back to the community. And I'll wrap it up. Just as I am innovative and creative, so are our approaches. So we're bringing this Friday a film premiere. Shantaria Franklin, one of our residents, she is the lead actress in the film. We're hosting at the Marina, and I've been on the ground for months and been able to bring sponsorships so the community can see entertainment side in a way to get them in the building, but it's going to be pure education as far as the film is concerned, in addition to the panel discussion. So I wanted to make sure that it's understood we're here. The House of Love Illionaires is working hard. We appreciate your support and backing in any way that you can, and we're going to, not subjectively, but concretely, make a positive difference. There is a 1-minute clip, if you guys want to play it, of the film. I was told it was set up.
Okay. Walter?
It's okay to touch this mouse.
What's your name?
This is the Stony Brook.
Yes, we've already done it.
I know.
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Have you? None of us know what she's truly doing. Look at yourself.
I know I've been treating you the way I should.
Is this what I gave birth to?
I'm sorry.
I can't. You must not be hurting bad enough for you to still be in this relationship.
Son, what's eating you up?
Stop!
It's not going to stop.
Frank,
Please.
why don't you just leave?
It will only continue until you make a decision.
I wish I just could stop.
When you've been with someone for so long, they become a part of you.
Hoping that you won't leave me, standing here lonely.
It's what scares me the most.
Waiting for truth.
On behalf of the producer of this film, Lunar Eugene, and Universal Productions, they have collaborated with us, and it's now a commitment that they're going to film and do other things in the city of Riviera Beach because of the relationship that's been established. If you can, if you'd like to stop over to the marina and take a look and see the entire clip, but it's the panel discussion and the psychoeducation that is critical, because the goal is to break these cycles and help our community heal. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Any comment cards for this item?
No, Madam Chair.
Do we have any comments from the board?
When did she say it was they're gonna be showing the clip?
Yes, something you said at the marina. Is there a specific date?
It's this Friday from 5 to 9 at the marina.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Item number 17.
National Forum for Black Public Administrators, Public Administrator Recognition Award. Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, if I can have Dr. Philip Harris, President of the local chapter here in South Florida.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Council and Mayor. My name is Philip Harris. I am the president of the South Florida chapter for the National Forum for Black Public Administrators. And it is with great honor and privilege that we have the opportunity to recognize Mr. Jonathan Evans. Just to give you a little bit of back history, the National Forum for Black Public Administrators is a membership organization dedicated to the advancement of black leadership in the public sector. Nothing against our colleagues and counterparts as a member of FCCMA and ICMA. One thing about our organization, NFBPA actually started in South Florida, right here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 1983. The organization, since that inception, has helped groom managers and executives in vital disciplines on various different disciplines of local government, state associations, as well as colleges and universities, faculty and staff. We pride ourselves on helping grooming our inspiring emerging leaders of college students that are in college completing their graduate degrees or bachelor's degrees. We have over 2,500 members representing more than 350 jurisdictions across the country, 40 local chapters in 37 states. NFBPA is the national premier or association of public leadership. It is a growing, proud representation of strengthening our capacity of state and local governments amongst, as I said, all disciplines. The South Florida chapter consists of Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami. And last month, we held a welcome reception, which gave us the opportunity to recognize those who have recently been appointed or promoted, as well as newly elected public administrators across the South Florida chapter. We had 34 black public administrators between Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami, and we were proud to see Mr. Jonathan Evans being one of those individuals. He was unable to attend that evening, and thank him very much for creating this opportunity for us to recognize him in his own city. We applaud and support him as an organization. This organization, again, has been in South Florida for a long time. We had Mr. Johnson Floyd, who was actually one of the founding members. He was the first black county administrator in Broward County, as well as first black city manager of Fort Lauderdale that was present as one of the founding members of this organization. And with that being said, Mr. Jonathan Evans, congratulations, and we're glad to have you here in South Florida. Back in South Florida.
Oh, Lord, y'all been leaving photography. Oh, you use both those. Okay, let's send it to him. Try to see it.
Oh, you said you can stand up.
You can stand up, come behind him. Yeah, you supporting him.
Of course, you do. Stand here. You all wiggle down. Get up here.
Got your arms like laid across your arms. Yeah, you get in the middle.
Okay. No, Mayor, I don't. I'm learning. Yep. One more.
Well, we'd certainly like to thank Mr. Evans and the representative from the organization. I'm very proud to see you receive that recognition and back here in the city of Riviera Beach. So thank you all so much, and thank you for your leadership, Mr. Evans. Anyone else?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Evans. Thank you for your leadership. We really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. All right, public hearings?
None.
Public comment should be restricted to issues, matters, or topics pertinent to the city of Riviera Beach. Please be reminded that the city council has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the entrance of the council chambers. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and/or building if necessary. Public comments will begin at 7:30. If there are no other business to be discussed at that time, we'll begin sooner. Do we have any items that are tabled?
No, Madam Chair.
Regular item number 18.
Resolution number 10119, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving the transfer of funds in the amount of $5,000 from contingency to the educational activity account to Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Elementary School for the support of Partners, a mentoring and literacy program for second and third grade male students starting October 28, 2019, and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, this item is a presentation that will be provided by City Council member Mr. Doug Lawson.
All right,
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Chair.
Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Chair, our initiative has been through the city to begin to support our local schools, just to increase the educational base, to increase the grades, and to really pour in to help our schools. So part of the initiative is we have funds that are available to actually pour into the schools, and we've never really defined a set direction as to how we wanted to move forward. So I did actually ask Principal Granger, who is from Mary McLeod Bethune, to come in and to speak, and if she could come speak to the council briefly just about some of the initiatives we've spoken about.
All right.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Chair, Mayor, and community. On behalf of 600-plus scholars from ages 3 years old to 5th grade, it is apparent, and research and data proves there is an achievement gap, not only in our community, but at Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune Elementary School. The source of the achievement gap is related to literacy or reading. In order to improve our reading data and close the achievement gap, we have to be very strategic about addressing the literacy issues at our school and ultimately in our community. Partners Mentoring and Literacy Program would allow for adult professionals to mentor males in second and third grade on a regular basis. What we know in our school and our community, when adults partner with children, we see a drastic increase in their achievement in the area of reading, school attendance, and self-confidence. All three are important factors in closing the achievement gap. With that being said, in order to make a significant difference or impact in the lives of children, we need the partnership of the City of Riviera Beach.
I'm sorry, Principal Granger, could you bring the mic over a little bit? Thank you.
Yes. We need the partnership of the members of the community along with employees of the city to donate their time to partner with a male on our campus on a regular basis, to be a reading buddy, to encourage, to motivate them in standards-based instruction. We're a standards-based school, and we provide not just instruction in reading and literacy, but also building the confidence of those males on our campus. This is our prized possession in our community, that of our children, and in particular, that of the males in our community at our school in second and third grade. Now, in addition to that, third grade is a mandatory retention year in the state of Florida, meaning every child must earn a passing score on the FSA in order to be promoted to fourth grade. Second grade is really the new third grade, in that the requirements at the second grade level mirror that of third grade years ago. And so through partners, we would be able to address and tackle both second and third grade, closing the achievement gap, building relationships through mentorship, and again, seeing the difference overall in our community.
Thank you, Principal Granger. So, colleagues, in addition to that, part of our obligation and requirement that we're looking to do is to establish a adoption of these schools. And something that we spoke about briefly was to actually determine what we would do with the funds, what can we do as a council. So we took the initiative of adopting individual schools. In addition to Mary McLeod Bethune, I've also partnered with our mayor and also Dr. Patel in assisting with adopting JFK as well, to provide that additional support that we can provide to these schools and educational system. Our requirements that I'm going to ask is that we actually ask these schools to come back and give presentations every quarter, updating on us on the status of their testing, their grades in the schools, and the level that this money is actually going towards, at least every quarter. And then following up with that, our goal and our requirements we're looking to actually address is to increase the grade level. So I wanted to actually talk to Principal Granger and discuss increasing our grade level within a 2-year period from the current C that it's ranked at to a B. So those are some of the things that I want to put parameters in place as to how we're spending these funds, why we're spending these funds, and then have our schools bring back tangible evidence to support this. So that's what I'm actually looking to do, and put something in place so that moving forward, we actually know how to spend these educational dollars. One more, I also actually do ask that I invited Mr. Edwin Ferguson as well to come speak on behalf of this item. He actually joined me with the presentation when we actually spoke to Principal Granger just briefly in regards to some of the topics that we have and how we can move forward as a council with different incentives towards the educational system.
All right.
Good evening, everyone. I
Good
thought I was
evening.
supposed to just comment on number 18, but actually I echo everything that Dr. Granger said and also Councilperson Lawson. So I don't want to be redundant because, as usual, Dr. Granger is extremely thorough, and Mr. Lawson was also thorough as well. But I will say that this is the first step, a step that, frankly, I've been asking for quite some time now, as far as us as a city of Riviera Beach saying, you know what, we're not just going to rely on the ability of the parents to pour into the lives of these kids or the school district to pour into the lives of these kids, but we, as stakeholders here in the city of Riviera Beach, are going to do what we can while we can to create a legacy that will be far-reaching. Take the roof of expectation off of some of these kids' lives, because to be quite frank with you, a lot of them, when they come into Dr. Granger schools and the other elementary schools here in the area, and of course, Chair Miller Anderson knows very well about what I speak about, they have an extremely low expectation level that does not seem to ever change from K3, K4, K5 up through graduation. So now we have adults here in our city of Riviera Beach who are not necessarily properly prepared to help raise Riviera Beach to a much higher level. So I really think this is like this is the issue here in this city, education in our youth. I think the majority of people who have spoke up until this point before Dr. Granger have made a comment or comments about the importance of education or also the importance of our children. So I think it's now time for you as our legislative arm of this city to focus more greatly on making sure these kids have everything they need. Don't judge their home life. Some parents are better prepared to be parents than others, whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, these people are citizens of our city, and we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can for them. So as Councilperson Lawson has said, I encourage each of you to make sure that you also adopt a school here in Riviera Beach. And I'm referring to the middle school, Kennedy, which probably has the worst reputation of all the schools. I would say wrongfully so, since we've not done all we can to make sure that Kennedy can be all it can be. But nevertheless, we have 3 other schools here, elementary schools as well. And Mayor, don't feel left out, because you've always been a champion of the people, and we definitely are encouraging you as well to adopt a school. So whether you want to simply give them the funds, as Councilman Lawson has elected to do, or say Lincoln Elementary, if you have certain initiatives that you want us to fund, invoice us and we'll pay for it. Whatever the case may be, I think it's time for us as citizens of this city, and most importantly, you as our legislative arm and our leaders, to step up and let these kids know that it's not just about words and lip service, it's about action. So I implore you all to follow the lead of Dr. Granger, and also Councilman Lawson, and all other people in the city of Riviera Beach and across this great state who care about setting forth a positive future for our kids via education. Thank you.
Thank you.
And one final point, in addition to funding and putting in financial support, what I'm asking and requesting is that we have our city leaders, officials, volunteer at least 30 minutes to an hour once a month to these schools and actually pour back into where they're mentoring, reading to, supporting and educating them. So those are things that I would be asking possibly to Mr. Evans to check with our staff to see if it's an option of letting the staff, our department heads, our employees volunteer some time to these educational systems just to kind of help our community.
And Mr. Evans could probably, we do have a resolution if he wants to just briefly mention that.
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, we do have the legislative authority that was adopted by previous boards to grant the opportunity for city staff to participate in mentoring programs in our educational institutions. So if it is the board's pleasure to effectively adopt schools within our community, and we can work out the scheduling process, because what we want to do is set aside a group of individuals that consistently are the folks that are on campus, so it builds that relationship. So whichever schools that you as the elected body adopts, we can make sure that we assemble teams that effectively are those teams that are there every 30 days or every 2 weeks or however we decide to schedule it. So there's continuity in the relationship is something that those kids can see throughout their scholastic career. So we're fully supportive of the initiative, and we'll do anything in our power to make sure that there's city staff involved in participating in the mentorship programs for our local schools.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I commend you for taking this step, Councilperson Lawson. I want to add that I have adopted, as you said, JFK Middle School as well as Inlet Grove. And I started a program at JFK where 9 of the industry clusters will be taking 1 month apiece to come in the first 3 Tuesdays of the month. This month it was tropical shipping because we were studying logistics. Tropical has set the bar very high, I have to say, in terms of what they've done with these kids. They sent in speakers the first 3 Tuesdays who look like our kids. As a matter of fact, one of the speakers last week graduated from JFK Middle School, and she's in charge of one of their accounting departments, so it was great. Today, we took the kids on a field trip to Tropical. We took them through the port. We saw their new big ship. They watched how the containers get picked up. It was fabulous. And tomorrow night, we'll have a dinner party with the parents. So the parent, and I've given the kids homework. They have to be able to tell their parents 3 things they learned about tropical shipping tomorrow night. I'm going to call on them randomly, I told them. So we'll do that every month, but part of that includes mentoring. And we've gotten Alfred Fields from the Alpha Phi Alpha Foundation to come in and begin to do mentoring with the JFK kids. We've also gotten 2 other mentoring organizations, but I would love it if we could have folks from the city join us in that endeavor as well, because I think that the more we can do for these kids, that critical juncture at middle school where they're making a decision about where to go to high school and they don't yet know anything about what their future holds, but we can help guide them. This is a critical time in their lives. So I'm happy to know that we're engaging in this kind of endeavor, and I've pledged my $5,000 for this year, to half of it to Inlet Grove and half of it to the Florida Fishing Academy, because they take our kids out and teach them about marine working in the marine industry. So I'll be doing that. In addition, I'll be pledging some of it to support a program that we're going to be doing, which will bring college coursework right here to Riviera Beach. I'm going to be helping people pay that last bit of tuition and giving them an incentive to take these college courses. So I'll say more about that later, but I'm happy to see you here as always, and good luck at everything.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just to piggyback on Attorney Ferguson, I adopted Kennedy also. I'm very committed to our children. One of the things that we've already set in place is to hook our business community up with our schools. So, of course, most of my funds will go to schools, but I also want to get our business communities. We got 4 businesses already that are going to sponsor each breakfast for the honor roll students. Those are already covered. We are sponsoring their track uniforms this year, basketball uniforms and shoes this year. And most of this are coming from businesses that's in this community that really wants to help our kids. So, of course, I adopted Kennedy, but I'm for every school and anything on resources I can get to bridge the gaps with our businesses and our schools, I'm going to bring them to every school. So we have businesses right now that wants to help, and I think the time is right. So although I got Kennedy, anytime you need me, I'm there.
All right, any other comments? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some questions. So I don't know if you need some time, Mr. Sherman, but I want to know what the education allocation is for where we are now, inclusive of this 5,000 that we have here before us. But I wanted to ask Ms. Granger, or Councilperson Lawson, a couple of questions. So first off, Mr. Lawson, I want to know where this $5,000 comes from, because I thought we had a different understanding of how we were moving forward. But I'm less concerned about that, but more interested in finding out how far does this $5,000 take us? I know you spoke about mentoring, and you said attendance, and then you said self-confidence. What exactly what would this go? Does this just go into a general fund for additional curricular activities, or
So we would use the funds to actually purchase books. The books would be on the scholars' reading level based on their data. In order for us to increase reading achievement, we need children to fall in love with reading.
Mm-hmm.
And so we want to put books in their hands with characters that look like them. So they'll have books at school and books they'll be able to take home. We want every child participating in the program to have a library at home. So when they get home, they'll be able to enjoy the evening with a book. So the majority of that money is actually going to go to purchasing books and reading materials. And then we want to give incentives. We want to be able to buy materials, supplies, reading journals. We want them to have awards for reading. We'd like to have recognition events where we invite the parents to come in to celebrate with their children as well. But the majority of the funds will go to the purchase of books.
And Councilman McCoy, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
And then in regards to the 5,000 from our last fiscal budget, we had 20,000 that was remaining that we rolled over to this current year. It was originally going to go into the general fund, but we as a board voted to have it moved into the educational fund so that we could utilize it. And myself and Councilwoman Botel had advised the additional council that we had allocated our money to schools already, or we had defined them to schools. So that 20,000 that we rolled over was for money that was available.
Madam Chair, if I may, in the event that this item is approved, the remaining balance would be 45,000, 30,000 for fiscal year 20, and 20,000 carryover from fiscal year 19.
All right.
so the 5 he's using is the carryover from 19?
It's all, it's been assembled together, so it would, be utilized, from it's in the same account, so.
Just make sure we divvy it
Well,
up.
I-
Make sure
well,
each district knows what they're supposed to have.
We will make sure that it is apportioned appropriately.
Well, you know what, let me tell you, members, I tell you, my sector dollars is available for any project that's in District 1. So if somebody has an idea, I just want to know, because, when it comes to our allocation of money, it's like, we all have to make sure that we have dollars. And, the good thing about it is, I certainly want to support the idea. I just want to make sure that, what we see, and I don't know when that report comes back, Councilperson Lawson, we know exactly what we're doing, because, you face a lot of criticism about us, and I said this before, I really have to kind of hold my nose and vote. And here's why. It's not because I don't want to support the children, but we're taking on something that essentially is the role of the school district, right? And I was really looking to hear something more specific as to a function the school district wasn't addressing, but all of those things that Ms. Granger referenced and indicated are things that's typically covered in the regular school budget, and I can't tell you better. I can't tell the chair better, because I'm sure you know this. So, I just want to know, what it was going for, and then how much Councilperson Lawson chooses to leave his other members of the board after he gets done pillaging our education dollars.
Well, I'm sure we all know there's just never enough money.
Sure.
And I know the issues in regards to the attendance being an issue majorly in our schools in Riviera Beach, as well as other cities, but we do have a higher rate of absenteeism. And there's just so many needs, and there's just never enough money to cover some of those needs. And so I would imagine Ms. Granger is trying to be creative and come up with different initiatives to assist with, decreasing those numbers. And not all the time is there enough money put for things such as that. So I would support that. I mean, the money is there for that purpose. And like I said, over the last year, we didn't really define what we wanted to use the money for. So Mr. Lawson has identified a program that he wants to support, and I'm in full support of that.
Follow up. So members, I'll support it, but here's what I want to also remind you. This is really nice that we're giving to them, but we're going to have a really tough conversation when we have to decide, in about 10 or 11 months, how do we sustain our youth empowerment program that we're literally losing, I think probably is about a third of the funding.
$198,000.
So that's all I have.
Yeah, we had that conversation. I think we all remember it and are looking forward to being able to make sure that we're able to sustain that. So that's certainly in the current thoughts of us. So
Thank you.
thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk,
Madam Chair, we do have public comment.
go
cards on
ahead
this
with the
item.
comment.
Madam Chair, we did receive a public comment card that was brought in after the closing of public comment card. That will not be called.
Thank you.
And being that Mr. Ferguson was just up here,
We don't have anything
we
else.
don't have anything else.
All right, Madam Roll Call.
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier. Yes. Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right, item number 19.
Resolution number 10219, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, accepting the proposal from Current Connections, Inc. of Mangonia Park, Florida, to provide professional marine utilities for Piers E, F, and G services for improvements to the Riviera Beach Marina in the amount of $1,394,350, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract, authorizing the finance director to make payment from projects numbers 18058, 18059, and 19057, authorizing the city manager to approve change orders up to a total maximum amount of 10% of the proposal and provide an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Madam Chair, if I can have the Finance Director, Mr. Randy Sherman, present on this item.
Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Good evening, Randy Sherman, Finance Director. As you know, we are installing new docks at E, F, and G. If you've been down the marina this week, the cranes have arrived. The piles should follow shortly, and they'll start installing those. You have previously approved the manufacture of the docks and the installation of the docks. This item is for the installation of the utilities. So this will cover the water, the sewer, the fire protection, and electricity. And this is an award to Current Connections, who also installed the utilities for Phase 1.
Any questions from the council?
Yes, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Chairman, this expense, can we also address what's going to be the additional cost that's going to come down the pipeline after these utilities are completed?
Such as?
Are there any other costs that we're going to incur for putting in these docks? Because when we voted to bring the docks in, we were not advised that it'd be an additional 1.4 to do utilities.
Oh, no.
So is there any additional costs that we're going to incur with these docks?
The final step is actually to put in a boat lift. That's the last item.
And that's what I was asking. What is our cost going to be to install a boat lift?
The bids are out now. We don't have that cost. But this is included in the CIP and is part of the fine grants, and the matching fine grants that the city did receive.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
In addition to Mr. Sherman, this is a revenue-generating operation that effectively, by adding the lifts as well as being able to have sanitary sewer, water, electric, et cetera, you're able to charge a premium for those spots as well. So there is some payback that would be associated with the investment that the city would have to make associated with this project.
Any other questions, comments? Madam Clerk?
Fane Lozman.
Fane Lozman, Singer Island. I've been studying the marina in its various iterations going back to 2006. I fought the battle to stop it from being turned into a boatyard, and I fought to keep it to remain recreational to the residents of Riviera Beach. What has happened, and I think Mr. Lawson touched on it, is even though you may have some matching grants from fine, millions of dollars of taxpayers' money has gone into the reconstruction of that marina, yet residents in the community cannot use the marina to put a boat in. What's happening is you've contracted out the management of the facility. It used to be managed by city staff, so it was fair that people could use it. But now that you've privatized it, it's managed by, I think it's still Loggerhead, they put their people in there that they want in there. Some of the local people that have been there for years, like Captain Joe, they kicked out of there. They've allowed year-round liveaboards, and part of the reason they argued when they kicked me out of there was like, no more liveaboards in the marina, so they threw that out the side. But more significantly, understanding the history of the marina, that is on a deed from the state of Florida that can be revoked with 30 days notice. And in that deed, it categorically states, and you can call up Scott Woolham at DEP because he actually sent a letter to the city attorney years ago to discuss that. In that deed, it states that you cannot have in-water slips to be used for vessels for sale, like an in-water used boat lot. And there are a number of slips where they have used boats that are taking up recreational slips that other people cannot use. So there's a real abuse of how that facility is being managed, but there's no oversight. But come in and give us $1.4 million so we can expand and keep doing the things that we're doing. Ultimately, that comes under the leadership of Mr. Evans because he has oversight on what goes over there. And when you have violations of the state deed going on there and other regulations, it's pretty pathetic. But at the end of the day, for Mr. Lawson's question, what is the net operating profit? I think that's an important thing. They always said the marina ran into deficit all these years. What's the net operating profit? Because if it's not turning a profit, why are millions and millions of dollars going in basically to subsidize, which is a private marina that's being run by Loggerhead, that's violating rules both at the state level and our own Muni Code? So that's one question I'd like to hear. What right now is this marina bringing in? Is it bringing in a surplus? Or is it operating at a negative where we're going to throw, even if it's $500,000, we're going to throw $700,000 to supplement Loggerhead's private little marina that a resident can't get into? I have a big problem with that. That really needs to be investigated, and maybe it's the IG's responsibility to investigate.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comments.
All right, questions or comments from the board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I did want to actually touch on that. Mr. Evans, you did say that this will actually demand a premium in regards to surplus money that's going to be coming in from these docks. Do we have those numbers or details, information on what we'll be generating revenue-wise?
At this particular moment, no, we do not have that. But Mr. Sherman, if you have any information with respect to how the contractor has been performing in light of the agreement that's in place.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Mr. Evans. Seven Kings has been there for just over 3 years. Each year they have turned about $1 million profit down at the marina. Now again, they had a brand new marina to operate under. These additional docks there are some finger piers, so there's some smaller ones, but these will allow larger vessels to come in, which obviously can command a premium price. When the marina was turned over to Seven Kings for management purposes, the marina operations are about $5 million in debt. So they've made a good effort to pay back that $5 million that in essence had been fronted by the city.
So essentially, do we have any numbers or an idea of what type of revenue we're going to see with these improvements to these docks? Because we've spent 1.2 already on the placement of the docks. Now we're spending 1.4 on actual utilities, and then we have to put a boat lift in. So that additional revenue that we've recouped in the last 5 years, we're putting that back out into improvements. What additional revenue are we going to see now over the next 3, 5, 10 years?
Yeah. If you'd like, I could contact Seven Kings and see how they believe that this will be priced out and what the demand will be for it. But keep in mind that, for example, on the utilities, those all get billed back to the boats that are in town. So this, again, is another revenue producer. And then as you bring more vessels into the marina, that obviously will increase your fuel sales as well.
And Director Sherman, with regards to the construction of the docks, how much of that or percentage of that was grant monies that assisted in the construction?
Yeah, it's a 50-50 split.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Madam Clerk, thank you.
Councilperson Lawson.
No.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lawson dissenting.
Okay, we're going to go into public comment. Just want to remind you all that public comments should be restricted to issues, matters, or topics pertinent to the city of Riviera Beach. Please be reminded that the city council has adopted rules of decorum governing public conduct during official meetings, which has been posted at the entrance of the council chambers. In an effort to preserve order, if any of these rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting and/or building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. And I just want to remind you to pay attention to the clock that will be up on the screen. You will have 3 minutes. Madam Clerk?
John Clayton, Fane Lozman, Edwin Ferguson.
Good evening, John Clayton, Avenue E,
Good evening.
Riviera Beach. Oh, sorry about that, I didn't mean to cut you off. I want to talk tonight on proposed millage rate increases that were talked about, I think, a few weeks ago by Mr. Evans. And I think there's a better alternative to that, and I think it is to increase the property values from Broadway going west. The waterfront obviously doesn't need much in terms of property value because that land's already valuable, especially on the beach side. What's languishing is the property west, all the properties west of Broadway, mine included. And the way to do that is to continue the redevelopment effort, which pretty much stops at Broadway. Avenue E has seen nothing in the past, I would say 50 years, before I was born. That street still looks the same. It still has the exact same pavement on it. It hasn't even been repaved. You go from Blue Heron, go south to, say, 13th, well, maybe even 11th Street. So I challenge every one of you to someday take a drive down there, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Also, it's a much more sustainable way to increase your revenues. Simply raising and lowering millage rates willy-nilly, if you will, doesn't really do much long-term. If you want long-term lasting impact, the way to do it is through increasing our property values. We'll pay more in taxes anyway once the values go up. So that's all I wanted to say, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Fane Lozman, Edwin Ferguson, Latoya Perry.
Fane Lozman.
Good evening.
Singer Island. Relatively soon, my friends and I are going to have to make a decision on a taking case on our Singer Island property. Between myself and some other gentlemen, we own 75 acres out there. A third of an acre on Pine Point Road recently sold for $1.3 million. So 75 times 3 is a couple $100 million of property we're sitting on if it can be developed. It's had a vested right to be developed since 1924. Every single home on Singer Island was built in on the same property that we own that was sold by the state of Florida. But the people there are now saying, well, we got there first, we don't want anybody to build there. Now, that's significant because three of you, Ms. Miller Anderson, Ms. Lanier, and Mr. Lawson, Singer Island did not support you. They hated you. They said some of the nastiest things you can imagine about the three of you. Yet the three of you are now supporting Singer Island to preclude development on that property. The Supreme Court last spring came out with an opinion that you no longer have to go through the state court process to remedy a taking case. You can go right to federal court. If we go to federal court and as we go down the line, you can't change your mind and say, okay, go ahead and develop your property. It's too late. We can demand a financial remedy. We can say we want our $200 million. And you would have to pay it, or it would bankrupt the city, or whatever it would be. We don't have to then take the development rights. This Botel is leading you down a road that nobody on the west side wants to go down. They don't care if we develop our property. When you came to my property, Ms. Anderson, you didn't care. Ms. Lanier didn't care, and Mr. Lawson didn't care. And that's one of the reasons that they didn't support you and said some of the nastiest things about you, specifically Ms. Lanier, was unbelievable. So the point being is that you're being hoodwinked by Botel and her little cronies who signed their little petition that you can go ahead and take away the zoning rights to this property and nothing's going to happen. We have spent millions of dollars purchasing those properties, and we're not going to say, okay, we're just going to walk away from it. There's tremendous risk. Even your outside counsel after the little workshop said, there's a lot of risk. You don't know what that judge could say. That judge could look at you and say, hey, why don't you want a few $100 million more in development on Singer Island to offset some of the expenses to give these police officers pay rates? If you need to generate more revenue, why are you taking it around? Because Botel and her buddies, they don't want to look into some other houses because they got there first. You're going down a very dangerous road, and your counsel here is not saying, why are you going down the road? Why are you trying to take away private property development rights? These guys who spent millions of dollars are not going to walk away and say, okay, take away our property. It's a dangerous game you're going down, and Ms. Botel is leading you down a road you don't want to go down.
Thank you.
Edwin Ferguson, Latoya Perry, Regis Mathilda.
Edwin Ferguson, 2826 Broadway. I
Good
just wanted to
evening.
follow up on this issue of education. I really believe that early education is the most paramount thing that we as citizens in Riviera Beach should be focused on. And I just want to follow up on what my friend Councilman Trojan McCoy said about the monies. Let's look at the town of Wellington. Now, the town of Wellington is a town, by all accounts, that's much more affluent than Riviera Beach is. It's a town that's comprised of a lot of two-parent homes. It's a town that's comprised of, like I said, as far as being affluent, they just have more money in their respective city coffers. And I have a classmate of mine who's an administrator out there, and this classmate has told me for years now that what Wellington does is they give every single school, from high school down to elementary, $20,000 a year to pretty much do it as they please. They don't have to put forth a budget or this is how we're going to spend it. They don't micromanage to that standpoint. So I think that's important because by all accounts, most families in Wellington are going to be all right whether the town of Wellington chooses to throw those relative pennies at their respective school or not. How much more so than should a town like Riviera Beach, which historically is a town that has many more single-family homes than I would imagine Wellington does, has property values that are appreciably lower than the town of Wellington is and probably has always been. How much more should we be focused on trying to throw those pennies at our kids? Again, it really should be about us removing the ceiling of expectation, raising it. I would just say remove it altogether. I don't believe a person should ever believe that all you can do is, this. You should do anything that you really focus on. And I think that you all are in a very important position right now because I think overall, based on the different boards that I've seen, I think you all actually do work really well together. I think the city manager, I've said this before, I think he's very exceptional. I think the mayor is also exceptional. So I think that you all can do something very profound right now. When I say the legacy, that is the legacy that you all have been given an opportunity to handle. So all the other persons who may come up and kind of tell you what you're not doing right or whatever the case may be, that's not really my party to partake in. But what I will tell you is that do right by these children because that's the only way that you can run afoul of me. You have an opportunity, and if you don't do it, that's the only way that you will ever run afoul of me, and that's to really be the only thing that I would ever call you out on because all this other stuff to me is just simple. It's not really that important. If we can't provide for our children, and not just the children that are born of us, but the children who live in our same cities, we're doing a disservice to them. So please, 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 I know the budget, I believe, is pretty much set for this year, but again, what I'm speaking to is the future, and I think you should always look to the future as well. So that's great that we've been able to get about 50,000 for these type of initiatives right now. But I think in a short time, we really should be looking to raise that bar, 75,000, 100,000. I mean, I just counted less than $3,000 in community benefits, and I doubt that everybody who's getting money necessarily gave us an itemized, this is what we're going to use it for. We have a football team here that's great, but that's a very small swath of our youth. We have hundreds of young kids, and I know my time is up, that we need to look for. Please, let's look to their future. Thank you, and have a great night.
Thank you.
Latoya Perry, Regis Mathilda, Jeremy Summers.
Latoya Perry? Latoya Perry first, please.
Latoya Perry.
Hello, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Councilpersons, Mayor, and City Manager. How you doing tonight? First of all, I want to say thank you. I am the CEO and President of the Diva Cares Foundation, and this year's Stiletto Awards was absolutely amazing. So I want to thank you, Mayor, and you, Councilman Lawson, for your donations and helping support the event. Every individual that was honored was absolutely amazed, and they are still talking about it and enjoyed the event. I take it seriously living here in Riviera Beach of bringing a new dynamic to our community and showing light on the positive instead of the negative, which so much of the press gives us. So I would like for you guys to join me again in helping me with the first annual Laugh Out Loud Christmas Comedy Benefit that we're going to hold December 21st at the Riviera Beach Marina. And this benefit is to also help victims of domestic violence and families that have been displaced. And we're going to even push it a little bit further with seeing if we can help house them, buy them furniture and toys, and set it in precedence on moving it to a whole nother level on securing a future for our residents and families. That was the main thing I wanted to talk to you about. Also, I have fifth generation at our Bethune Elementary, and JFK. So I like the initiative that you have, Councilman Lawson, as far as the mentoring programs, because we have taken a second generation where my son, he went to Bethune, and he ended up going to Southern University because of the programs. So that was his transition from Bethune to JFK to Palm Beach Gardens High School and on to Southern University. And he was a shy child. Now I have grandchildren, nephews, and cousins and nieces that attend Bethune-Cookman. I keep saying Bethune, I hope they go. But attend Bethune at this present moment. And they've been there since 3-year-old. So the programs that you have in place are phenomenal, and they do help elevate their education. And I do agree with Councilman and with our attorney about with it being, teaching them to set a standard. Because we do have parents in our community that don't understand standards. So if we set the standard to teach the children, we can also teach the adults. And when we teach the adults, they're able to help our children, and we can change that dynamic. So thank you for your time. I hope to speak with all of you guys individually.
Thank you.
And have a great day.
Regis Mathilda, Jeremy Summers, J.B. Dixon.
Good evening, Council and Mayor.
Good
My name is
evening.
Mathilde Regis, and I'm a journalist commissioned by a French magazine, Marianne. And I would like to know what preventative measures are in place in regards to cybersecurity, as we are facing attacks in France, especially in hospitals. And I would also like to know if all the systems of the city are running now. Thank you.
Thank you. What happens is you just make your comment, and if he has an answer or is able to answer after we do all public comments, then that will be addressed at that time, if that's something that can be addressed. All right.
Jeremy Summers, J.B. Dixon, Denise Brown.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, Council, and City Manager. My name is Officer Jeremy Summers, currently with the city for 13 years. Sergeant Mordecai as well, Officer Brown, and Officer Kenny Jones also been here a significant amount of time. The officers and sergeants are here to express their concern regarding the current police contract negotiations. For too long, our brave men and women have been paid far less than most agencies in this county. We understand you didn't create this problem, but only recently inherited it. The current top-out pay for Riviera Beach police officers is an average of 40 to 50% less than most agencies in Palm Beach County. Young men and women come to our city's police department with the intention of completing a full police career. The city spends a large amount of money training and equipping these officers, only to lose them to the county sheriff or other local police departments who have a significantly higher pay scale. These officers who leave the Riviera Beach Police Department excel at these other agencies due to the training and experience they've gained at our expense. It's important to note that these officers who left our agency enjoyed their job in working for the city of Riviera Beach. They would have loved to complete their career here, but took the risk of starting all over to get a 40% to 50% increase in pay. We only seek to be competitive with our neighboring cities and increase the retention of our best trained officers. It is time for our citizens to benefit and be policed by experienced officers who care and have a vested interest in the city of Riviera Beach. We appreciate the council's support and, more importantly, the citizens that support us in this matter. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
J.B. Dixon, Denise Brown, Takesha Sappho.
J.B. Dixon, 3000 North Ocean Drive,
Good
Singer
evening.
Island and Riviera Beach. Good evening. I once again would like to ask that the people who come to this podium identify themselves not just by name, but where they live. And I have asked this repeatedly. I want to know if the person speaking from this podium is from our community or from outside it. And we have not been following that. I would like to do that. Secondly, I would like to comment on some absolute untruths that were made by Fane Lozman about Singer Island being against Kashamba Miller Anderson, Shirley Lanier, and God knows who else. If you look at the votes that came in from Singer Island, you find that is absolutely untrue. And I might add, when he says what people say about you, Fane Lozman has never been to a Singer Island town hall meeting that I have ever seen. He has never been to a Singer Island Civic Association meeting. He has never been to a COSI meeting. He has no participation in Singer Island. He knows nothing about what the people on Singer Island think, much less say. I, on the other hand, accompanied Shirley Lanier, Tradrick McCoy, and I have been with Kashamba Miller Anderson when she's spoken to people in Singer Island. They have met those candidates and now council people with enormous admiration, both personally when they would come up afterwards, and those candidates can say that. Fane Lozman was never at any of those meetings. So it is absolutely untrue. I don't know, maybe he knows 5 people on Singer Island, and maybe they speak badly of you, but that's it. So, along with his bully boy tactics of how he's going to sue you every time you turn around, and his braggadocio of how he has been, you know, the great white hope of the West Side, he has tried to recall Julie Botel, who had, again, wonderful support from the West Side. He was supposedly had 3,000 people ready to join him in getting rid of this evil influence, Dr. Botel. I don't know what happened to that. I said at the time, there are not 3,000 people that stupid in all of Riviera Beach to ever join him in that effort, and I was correct. So, when Fane Lozman gets up here, I want to tell you that he paid $24,000 for his little bitty piece of land that he's talking about, and he pays something like less than $500 a year in taxes on that. So he is not a multimillionaire. He may, and his friends may,
Thank you.
but he is not who he says he is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Brown, Takesha Sappho, Hubert Moroso.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I acknowledge the Or thank you all. My name is Denise Brown. I work with the Florida Department of Health. I also work in the linkage to care area. My presence here this evening is to bring your awareness to an event that we have coming up on December 6th at the Marina in Riviera Beach. And this event is geared towards people who are individuals who are living with HIV and AIDS. As you know, Florida still stands the highest rate in the disease, and not only just that, we're also looking at the quality of life of individuals. This community building advocate committee was formed, and it was formed with a group of consumers who their voice was for voice of the ones who were not heard, and also to look at the quality of life. When you look at Riviera Beach, I'm sorry, I do not have my statistics at the moment. Riviera Beach is at a very high percentage in HIV. So that's one of the reasons why we are looking at hosting our event here and also to reach the community. We are looking at homelessness because we know it's a crisis and it do affect individuals living with HIV and AIDS. We are also looking at healthcare, the benefits. There's a lot of issues that are going on. And as I stand before you here as a consumer, it's not easy out there, serving the public, serving the clients. There's so much going on with them out there. And, we have to be fighting. As an advocate, I'm really fighting hard. So as you sit there, I just wanted to realize and to understand that, each and every one have needs in different way, different aspect. But I just want you all to know that this event coming up in December 6th is very important to the community, to the people. And I'm also looking forward of your support and looking forward of maybe seeing one or two of you, the mayor, dropping in, speaking to participants who are going to be there and the providers. Thank you for listening, and I hope to see you there December 6th at the Marina in Riviera Beach. Thank you.
And what was the time again?
It's going to start from 8:30 through to 4:30. So the first part is the consumers. And the reason why we have a two-part, we want the consumers to have that quality time of wraparound services.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Takesha Saffold, Hubert Moroso, Rodolfo Plancarti.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Takesha Saffold. I reside at 1309 Avenue G. I serve as president for the National Federation of the Blind of Palm Beach, and I'm also a consumer advocate for Saffold's Consultant Service, LLC. I'm here to announce our Meet the Blind Month awareness event, which is going to be held right here in the city of Riviera Beach, hosted by the National Federation of the Blind, sponsored by Mayor Ronnie Felder. This event will take place Thursday, October 24th, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. right here in the city chambers. We are very excited to be hosting this event to spread awareness about individuals in our blind community who work and serve in our federal and state agencies located right here in Palm Beach County. We will have quite a few speakers who would present 3 to 5 minutes, and primarily all of them are visually impaired. There also would be vendors that would be passing out resourceful information. So we encourage you all to come out and to support this event. I'm very excited about it, and I'm very gracious that Mayor Felder is sponsoring and supporting this event. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Hubert Moroso, Rodolfo Plancarti, Dolores Williams.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Hubert Moscoso, and I actually am here to invite all of the honorable city council members, city manager, and Mr. Mayor Felder to our grand opening of dedicated senior medical center. We'll be located right here off of Broadway, in the old Save-A-Lot building. We are a sister property of Chen Medical. It was based in South Florida. We provide concierge care for seniors 55 and older that have Medicare, okay? So I'm a little nervous, by the way. You guys, I'm sitting down here and I'm like listening to all these great topics, the passion, and I went to an event, I guess, with Councilman Lawson, and there was a lot of things being said about Riviera Beach, none that I know, and I just wanted to say, for coming into a city, I was met with a wealth of hospitality, and a passionate group of individuals that embraced me as one of their own, leading this office, and I just wanted to say thank you. I don't know. That's not what I know, and I come in here and I also hear the passion as well. So we're right down the street. We'll be open.
You have to turn this way to the mic. Yes.
We're right down the street, right down Riviera in the old Save-A-Lot, like I said. We'll be there tomorrow from 10. We'll have lots of food. Guys, you're welcome. Come by. We'll have the founders of the company and everybody there, and we're just going to have a great old time. And just remember, we're here to serve our seniors, and with a level of VIP service that you will not see anywhere else. My parents are members of Chen Medical, and every family member that I know that ages in are also members. So if I trust them with the loved ones, my loved ones, you definitely can trust us. So that's all I have. I hope to see you tomorrow.
Can you give the address and the time?
So the address is 3002
Broadway.
It's that right around the corner here, not too far, less than a
And
mile.
the time?
We'll start at 10 a.m. I think, 10 a.m.
I was asked to speak to the seniors at 10:45. Is it okay if I do that earlier? Because I have a lunch commitment and I want to be able to get there. Is that?
Absolutely. You come in and you let us know,
That is
and
good.
we'll definitely move the agenda a little bit so that you give you back your precious time. Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great evening.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Rodolfo Playcarty, Dolores Williams, John Miller.
Hello,
Good evening.
good evening.
Please state your name.
Rodolfo Plancard, 5004 Northwest 5th Street in Delray Beach, Florida. All right, hello, residents, council members. I'm here to talk about Stony Brook, the conditions of Stony Brook and management. So right now, a short history about myself. I'm currently a board member and treasurer of Rainberry Woods HOA, which is about 347 units. I'm also taking seminars to advance my community association manager career to combine with my 8 years of financial experience. Now, when I took over this HOA, there was fraud and neglect. And the neighborhood was in worst conditions possible you could imagine. Facilities, recreational facilities were closed, such as the pool, tennis courts, and open spaces. The neighborhood had many city code violations on the neighborhood, and they only left us with $1,500 and our banking account. So a pending lawsuit right now is going on the old board. So with 2 years and 2 different boards, the neighborhood was able to raise funds and invest in 2 major capital improvements. Now, Stony Brook is managed by Millennia Housing Management, has more enough resources to make basic repairs and daily routines, like putting grass for the children. And they already raised between 14 to 60 million from lenders for Stony Brook. They collect HUD subsidies, they have an insurance policy, and they can use at any point to start repairs. If they can't do the basic menial repairs that are required by the landlord, why trust them to do a complete rehab? They had already a year. So So the city is assuming the landlord will come through if they just do them one more favor. But the track record does not prove it whatsoever. Look at other properties in Miami, Kansas City, Galveston, Tampa. They're in horrible conditions that repeatedly make the local news, such as Stony Brook. I ask myself why Millennia is receiving special treatment. Why? What are you guys getting out of it? So, Asu Estates Investments, the new company that wants to take over, is just 2 years old. The manager, one of the partners, is Frank T. Sanito, who runs Millennia Companies. Millennia Companies has a D- rating in the Better Business Bureau. But somehow you still trust them. Why? I just don't get it. That's all. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Dolores Williams, John Miller, Doretta Polk.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor and the council and the citizens of
Can you-
Riviera Beach.
Yeah, pull your mic over a little bit.
I'm up here again to speak about Stony Brooks. Someone say, I don't ever talk the facts. I just get up here. Well, I'm just up here. But I'm asking about Stony Brooks.
Pull your mic over because we really can't hear you. Yeah, okay.
Well, right here? Okay. I'm still asking about Stony Brooks. I guess that was a union man or something like that on this shirt there. I'm not a union person. I'm a union Father, Son, and Holy Ghost, all for God's people. And I'm still talking about Stony Brooks. I heard the ladies get up here and talk about some of the places and what the people live out there. Well, I go out there because I have somebody that live out there. They had to be moved 3 times because the top apartment is leaking water. They had to be moved out. I don't think y'all, if somebody was up here saying, I don't think you take them serious, the people, they live out there. I think it's a young lady. They live out there. We don't live there. We might go out there, but you don't live there. What's the saying say? How can you talk about it if you haven't walked a mile in my shoes? So it need to be done. And the city manager, you say he'll answer. You know, we had a conversation, right? And you told me what was going to happen to Stony Brooks. You told me what was going to happen to Monroe Heights, the streets. And some of the things I heard was said, it's not what we discussed. So it was said that the place was going to be gutted out and all them people would be moving. They say somebody brought mattresses, there's furniture and different stuff. They're going to put a thing where they move one tenant out and put them in that, then they put them back in that. Well, that's what you're going to do. I think you had someone about investment here in the city, west something off a military trail. I know it's probably all with tenants in there. Why can't you buy some, put those people in Stony Brooks, tear that thing down, tear it down. It need to be torn down. It need to be done as if it was your family member. Some of you got more than one homes. I know that for a fact. I don't have to ask nobody to ask me that, but I know that for a fact. Just look at those people. I have a niece out there, and they say something about the roaches so bad. She doesn't have no roach bad. They had to put gas in there because it was so bad. She moved from one side to the other side. And she's not there. She has 4 girls, and she take care of them very well. And I want to see what's not just say, we're going to do partial, do this here. Tear the thing down and make it livable for the people there in Stony Brooks. Because every time I come up, I will be up here.
Thank
Please
you.
do what is right by the people in the city.
John Miller, 1290 Manor Drive.
Good evening.
Singer Island, Riviera Beach. Just quickly, I doubled down on what J.B. Dixon said. We don't need division. The division keeps trying to go on. If anything, and I retired down here 7 years ago, owned property here for 43 years. I want Singer Island and this side of the bridge to become closer. That's my goal. That's the goal of Julie Botel and almost everybody else up there. Don't be fooled by letting anybody tell you this, that, or the other to divide, because it's not going to happen. It didn't happen with the recall on Julie Botel. How'd that work out? All right, let me get to what I really came here to talk about, the police officers. I have a little vested interest. My wife and I, we have a son that is in law enforcement in New Jersey. He's been there for 18 years. Her father was a 25-year New Jersey state trooper. We know what these officers go through because they were family and they're friends. We know that there is disparity going on. We also know that you got a budget and that you have to be good stewards. You can't make everything up in 1 year, but what we have to realize is that we need to help these guys. These and women, the men and women that protect us, that's our first line of defense. There's nothing more important in any city than to protect and serve the fire department and our EMT. Nothing. I know that we want to move forward. We're looking at the marina, and we want to spend all this money over there, and we're hoping that that's going to put us on the map and get us more business, things like that. Remember this, we need these guys. We don't need them jumping, and we don't need them to other forces when they get to their 10th year or 11th year or 12th year. Because this problem, if you don't start to take care of it, it's going to happen with the guys that are 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 5 years down the line. So please, I'm just asking you to look at them, and I'm going to finish off with this. Some of you people might remember Dan Marino. Dan Marino, the Hall of Fame quarterback, what did he say? Take care of the hands that take care of you. And you got to do that with your officers. Just give them a fair and equitable contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to have Ms. Doretta Polk. After her will be Mr. Adam Wassemer, and then followed by Ms. Crystal Lewis.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk. I reside in Riviera Beach. I'm here to thank Mr. Lawson and Mr. Danny Calloway. They gave us a nice senior fun day last week. It was awesome. They had Humana Medicare representatives there to talk about the Medicare issues and everything. It was absolutely wonderful. And I also want to talk about concerning the water. We're having this inferior water here in Riviera Beach. We cannot drink it. We cannot cook with it. And I don't even brush my teeth with it. But Mr. Evans, you stated that our water bill will be going up. And I know this was neglect for decades prior to you even coming to the city. But I hope our water bill doesn't go up until the situation is taken care of. And because I think it's unfair for the citizens to be on our backs for having to pay for this. So I hope our water bill will not be going up until this problem is fixed, because we're paying for inferior water. And I hope this won't become another Flint, Michigan. Another thing about the traffic light up on 20th Street, I hope that we're looking into that, because Redvich has one on 22nd, and I hope that we will not be bogged down in accidents and possibly death because we can't get out. And it's 4 churches. There's a senior citizen, huge senior citizen building where senior citizens are still driving. And I do, and there's a bank there, BBT Bank. I do employ that you all looking at and take care of that. One last thing I want to mention, the workshop. It was absolutely a wonderful workshop that you all had over the Brooks Center. The only downfall was Mr. McCoy. When the rudeness that you gave to Miss Jean Wibby. And I think that Ms. Lanier touched on that. It was just outrageous and profound. Young man, I plead with you to start having self-control, because you can start having hypertension, cardiac anomalies, and a massive stroke. The way it sounds like anger that's built up. So I I really wish that whatever's going on, and if you all can talk with him, your fellow councilman, because you got to get it under control, young man. You have to. Because we had this rhetoric with the last council. We don't need this. And you are better than that. You are better than that,
Thank
Toronto.
you, Ms.
And I thank you very much.
Adam Wasserman, Crystal Lewis.
Madam Chair, so I want to have the manager address the confusion and the frustration that I had, because we sat here and I specifically asked that we have our agenda items ahead of time, and also the fact that he brought in an employee to criticize my employee, and I certainly will ask him to respond to that as opposed to individuals of the public coming here and suggesting that we're out of line for doing our job when someone else gives direction to our own employees here in the city. So
Okay, we'll
have the manager
circle
address
back
that.
at the end of public comment as much as we can have addressed.
Okay. My name is Adam Wasserman.
Good evening.
Huh?
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. With the Palm Beach County Tenants Union, we have been organizing with the Tenants Union at Stony Brook for the last 2 years, and that's what I wanted to address tonight. So the previous speaker mentioned potential Flint, Michigan. Well, y'all already got a actual Flint, Michigan, and that is at Stony Brook, where there are dozens, if not every child on the property suffering from chronic respiratory infections, having to share breathing machines, nebulizers with one another. Just the other day, we were having a discussion, and all the women are talking. They counted about 15 children who right now are having chronic nosebleeds related to the chronic respiratory infections, all caused by the toxic mold conditions there. So back in September, when the city approved the site plan for Millennia, you, Julie Botel, and others up there, promised to hold Millennia accountable. You said you'd hold their feet to the fire. Obviously, that hasn't happened yet. The only people who've had their feet held to the fire are the tenants who live in this massive fire trap. So you do have one thing, though, one bit of leverage, and that's code liens. So why is the city removing the code liens? It's the only available leverage now to get repairs done. And furthermore, why is the code magistrate court being circumvented in this? Why is the discussion not happening there? And why is the city removing the unsafe housing designation on Stony Brook without any new code inspection on the property or proof that any remediation has happened? Conditions are worse there than ever. Pervasive toxic mold, asbestos, the rat problem has gotten worse and worse. Roaches, faulty wiring, roof leaks, fire hazards, so on. Property is structurally unsound. So code has failed to apply to these chronic complaints. So how could you, I don't get it, how can you say this property is not unsafe? So what you're doing is leaving the tenants at the mercy of the slumlord, a proven slumlord with conditions of properties they've owned for long times that are similar in Kansas City and Galveston and Miami, Atlanta, Memphis, you name it. They have a long track record and it's nationwide. So what needs to happen is that this property needs to get torn down, the tenants immediately relocated, and new, better housing, safe housing put up in its place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal Lewis.
Hi.
Good
again.
evening.
They pretty much covered everything for me, but I'm
Just
gonna
state your name, please.
I'm Crystal Lewis, by the way. They pretty much covered everything for me. I would like to say this, though. The schools you guys want to donate to, and on the topic of Stony Brooks, well, Lincoln is where majority of all the kids from Stony Brooks go to. In order to get those kids on the right path with their fundamental skills, you first have to save them. Get them out of that stachybotrys mold and that asbestos, because the kids are like having memory loss, and then you guys want to go to school and play these games like these kids stupid. Nobody's born stupid. You're not dumb for what you don't know. You're dumb because you're not willing to learn. So I teach my kids every day, you know, no matter what they say about Stony Brooks, the change is going to take place this year. I don't care if I have to fight for the next 2 or 3 years. I'm not getting a job. I'm not working for this city. This city is a disgrace to society. You do work with the outside people, but the people that lived here all your life, you just run over us like the car ran over me. You know, it's sad. And my son here, he's 6 months, and he's an all-breast baby. I don't have the funds to buy FML, but thank God that I know that natural remedies stopped my kids from getting sick. So the whole property has respiratory problems. My kids is safe from it. I breastfed every last one of them. Ronnie Felder, please, in your heart, have compassion for my people. Don't be like my mother, Jennifer Van Horn, in your church. Don't let her teach those kids anymore, because she don't even teach her own. But I see she could go into church and she could play that holy matrimony and turn around, you know. Everybody want to be Christians. Well, I found out that my family is Christians. And if I can't trust her, she's in your church and you used us to, you know, to come out. At least what you guys can do is, I stopped 70% of that property from paying rent because you guys will no longer get over on them people. What they don't know, I know. I'm willing to reach and teach one. And I'm also willing to work with you guys. I'm not in it for war. I've been fighting all my life. I'm not lifting a finger this time. God is going to take this battle down with me. So I ask you all in the favor of my behalf, since I have that 75% of that property withholding rent, can you guys do me a favor and pick a fine time within the next 10 days and just revisit the property and hear everybody out that's on my side. You know, your management team, they always come, but they never have the people with them. And like she said, they stole her phone and gave it back. One thing black people do, they'll steal something to help you look for it, but they ain't giving it back, even though our lifetime was stolen from us.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comments.
All right, Mr. Evans, there are any questions or that you were able to answer at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair, the item with respect to the security and the city systems, that's probably a question that I will handle offline. The city has, of course, all the appropriate checks and balances in place to secure us from any potential cyber intrusion, and that's a lot of that stuff is confidential, and we are making sure we keep that information close to the chest. But there is certain elements that, for the sake of providing some additional clarity to other government agencies, how they can prepare, we can provide some additional information offline. With regards to the law enforcement individuals that are employees of the organization, as well as other law enforcement agencies, we're in the early processes of contract negotiation, so obviously both parties are looking to get to that point where we recognize our employees, especially our public safety personnel, as our most valuable assets. We can't do the things that we do as a city if we do not make sure that our employees are provided the appropriate tools and compensation to be successful. And so I've made it abundantly clear to the union negotiation team where our intent is, and obviously I have full confidence that we're going to be able to get to a contract that is better than the contract that we've executed in previous year. And obviously in any negotiation process there is give and take, because there is a finite amount of fiscal resources, but we're still in the early stages. But I think we are poised to be able to get to a point where everyone will leave satisfied that there is some improvements with respect to the compensation. We don't want to be the training ground for Palm Beach County. We don't want to be the training ground for any other law enforcement agency, because we value the folks in our police department as well as all other departments. The other item, as far as the water treatment process, that is a tough guarantee to be able to communicate to the public that the water rates will not go up. Unfortunately, because of the nature of the investments that would have to occur in order to get our water treatment process into the 21st century, it's going to require substantial investments on behalf of the city. And in order to do that, there is going to invariably be rate increases. Now, I would also say that the product that the city provides currently is not where we want to find ourselves, and we know that there's some areas of improvement in our bond documents as well as state statutes. It really limits our ability to grant any waiver or concession on fees, those types of things. But we are going to try everything we can that if the increases are associated with that, that it's something that is deferred or something that doesn't provide a huge burden on our residents. We've also talked about the possibility of creating some type of program that encourages residents through a rebate program to change out fixtures and toilets and those things to be able to conserve water, because your bill is based on consumption. So we're looking at all different types of options. The main concern that we have is getting our water treatment process into the 21st century. As right now we have a lime softening treatment process, and we also want to move to a reverse osmosis or a membrane softening process that will provide you a premium quality drinking water similar to that of that you would get out of the tap. So there's still a lot of conversations that have to happen. One of the challenges we do have is our plant was built in 1958 when there was 13,000 residents. We find ourselves with 33,000 residents, and there has been no significant, meaningful capital investments that have happened outside of the 70s. So we have a situation where substantial investments are going to have to occur to get us from point A to point B. But there's still a lot of conversation, but we are conscientious of the cost that the residents would have to incur and the utility payers would have to incur to move forward with a new treatment process. The light adjacent to the Rybovich properties, we're still researching that, and I will be able to provide a more in-depth response to that to the public as well as to the council probably within the next 7 days. I'm working with staff on that item and will report back accordingly. And the last item, with respect to the conversation that occurred at the workshop, the intent, the presentation was intended to provide a recap of the CRA's roles and responsibilities as it relates to statutes. That was the first time the board had had that conversation. It was predicated on discussions and meetings that that staff had visualized and saw that there was some comments that were made by the board to really get into the conversation with respect to the roles and responsibilities of both entities. By no means was it intended to gouge any peer agency, because we see ourselves in the CRA as sister agencies, that we're to work together, that their success is our success. To the councilperson's comments, is that the agenda was such a robust agenda and required a lot of time for staff to put together that agenda packet. The board got that information probably at around 9 o'clock at night. So in order to be able to read over that information, there was not an opportunity for, those conversations to happen in advance of the workshop and board members to communicate what their concerns are with respect to those issues. I've had conversations with Miss Wibby. Her intentions were not to, rub salt in anyone's eyes or cause any issues or imply that there was any improprieties. It was a purposes of us getting to a point where we start having the conversation and how the city and the CRA can work together. I did have a conversation about this particular topic with Councilman McCoy, and he communicated that, you know, his only issue was that he would have preferred a collaborative presentation that included the CRA staff and Dr. Wibby for the purposes of that item, being that we were talking about the CRA and thought it was prudent for the CRA executive director to be either leading the conversation or second chairing that conversation. So from the staff standpoint, we've remedied those particular situations. In subsequent conversations, we will make sure that the CRA is intimately involved with the presentations. But at the end of the day, I think all parties left there that we know that there's opportunities for economic growth and development. The city and the CRA are unified in our approach to promote economic development and growth, and that's where we want to move it to. And so from the staff standpoint, we obviously know that situation and timing, had we had a bunch of time to be able to provide that information in advance, we certainly would have done that. But the elected officials did get the information at 9 o'clock as we were finishing up the agenda packet process to be able to provide that to the board probably at 8:30 the night before the workshop.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Evans. Ms. Nguyen, can you speak to the concern about the address being given at the podium for the public comment time?
Yes, the council just needs to give us direction to add the address and to change the comment card to reflect that. And
Okay.
we can bring back a policy which you will adopt.
And if someone is up there that refuses to give it, what do we do?
You still would have to provide them the opportunity to speak.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank
So,
you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay, so I think the better way to answer that question, Mr. Manager, is they wouldn't be prohibited from speaking. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
So I think it's better to say that you can't require someone to put it on a card, nor can you require them to say it.
Well, I mean,
Nor can you require them to even fill out a card.
right.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that was clear because it didn't.
It's clear, it's very clear that we can have that done, but the point is you can't make people say it.
No. So, Madam Chair, Ms. Nguyen went back and said, let staff know what they want to do, and we'll go back and do it. But what Mr. Evans is saying is that we can't require anybody to do anything, so that's in conflict.
You can develop a policy. Your policy, just like you currently have cards that have the person's name and other information on there, what topics they'd like to speak to, what have you. You can develop a policy, and in that policy, you can request or state that it is the preference of the board that names and addresses be included on the card, as well as when the person comes to the podium to speak. Just like we have no way of verifying if the person gives us the correct address, or even if they just say their city, we have no way of verifying that that's the correct city. It is just a policy of the council, should you decide to go that route.
Okay. All right. Item number 20.
So, Madam
Resolution.
Chair, are we going to move forward with having them to look into the policy? Okay.
Yeah.
Resolution number 10319, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the submittal of a grant application and execution of a grant agreement with Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program for $50,000 to assist with funding the upgrades and renovations to Goodmart Park facility, authorizing the city manager to execute the application, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute said agreement and provide an effective date. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
So moved.
Second. Director Blankenship.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. This is item request authorization to submit an application to the Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program for a non-matching $50,000 grant to make upgrades to Goodmark Park. These upgrades would include changing out the lighting to new LED lighting, upgrades to the basketball court, changing out some of the site furnishings, and overall beautification of the facility. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thane Losman.
Thane Losman. I like the address idea. My address is 5241 North Ocean Drive,
Would you
5301
stay on the
North
topic,
Ocean Drive,
please?
5251 North Ocean Drive, 5101 North Ocean Drive, 5021 North Ocean Drive, 5001 North Ocean Drive, 5011 North Ocean Drive, 4901 North Ocean Drive, 4601 North Ocean Drive, 4801 North Ocean Drive, and 4701 North Ocean Drive. So I have 11 properties there. One I own individually. I pay $24,000.
Mr. Losman, the topic
the
is,
other owned
no,
in a
Mr.
trust for
Losman,
my
please
estate
stay on the
planning.
topic.
And the other 7 properties are owned in an LLC for liability purpose. So I own 11 properties, contrary to
This is the
Ms.
topic at
Botel's
hand,
girlfriend
please.
and her vicious attack on me. As the largest property owner in Singer Island, in terms of acreage, I support our parks. And in this particular item, it says to apply for a grant. Well, grants may come and grants may go. Why aren't we setting aside the money now to redo this park? Oh, I know why we're not, because we're too busy building bridges to Singer Island. Don't have to be redone on that young little island. Okay? We need to look out for the west side. Okay? One of the reasons we haven't recalled you yet, Botel, there's a federal criminal investigation. Maybe they'll get rid of you for us. But that notwithstanding, why do we have to get a grant to redo this park? Why don't we have money set aside to do this if the grant doesn't come up? That's really the bottom question. What are we going to do if the grant doesn't show up? Are we going to let this park on the west side just rot away? No, we're not. We're not going to do that. We're going to have to go redo that. So the question should be, why don't we redo it now? If we get the grant, great. If we don't, we don't. But at least we're rebuilding. We put it aside, what, a couple $1 million for those little bridges that go to Yacht Harbor Manor or whatever? Those bridges were fine. Why didn't we go ahead and do this park? So those are some of the questions that need to be talked about. And one of the reasons why it's not being done, Ms. Lanier and Mr. Lawson, I will bring you the campaign literature that Botel and her little buddy Dixon handed out. And you can see that
Mr.
that was
Losman,
not their
that's
priority.
not on the topic. Please,
So if she
please
wants,
sit
I'm
down.
talking about the park. Their focus is on Singer Island. It's not focused on the west side. It's not focused on getting you elected. So the point is, they want to play the little game. We'll come with the big blow up of the campaign literature at the next meeting and show what a liar she is and J.B. Dixon is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that completes public comments on this item.
All righty. Comment?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Blankenship, I just wanted to address the grant that was obtained and how this grant was obtained, and then also possibly bring this to the council to have this discussion moving forward with either looking at a firm or actually bringing in an in-house grant writer, because we speak briefly about that, but I want to address that as well to let the council know how this grant was actually received.
Well, in the way we've done it in Parks and Recreation is a piecemeal approach to the grant writing and management. That way, if we don't apply for the grant, we don't pay anything for it. We've been pretty successful. If we get this grant, it'll be $1.1 million in the last 36 months for parks. I think it's an effective way of doing it. Writing the grant typically is the easy part. It's tracking it, managing it, knowing what the granting agencies are looking for and that kind of stuff. So, and they're, you know, the grants in the Parks Department are different than the grants in Public Works, different than grants in utilities. So there's many different ways to look at it.
So based on that, colleagues, my direction for Mr. Evans would be for us to start to explore a grant writing agency or firm to possibly allow for us to address all the different departments that we have and have that access to grants that are available, because these non-matching grants are vital to actually improving this community.
Are you done? Did you want to say something?
Yeah. Mr. Evans, are we not looking toward the possibility of partnering with the CRA to utilize their grant writer to do some grant writing for the city?
Madam Chair and members of the board, yes, we're in conversations with some other entities as well that provide grant writing services. The assistant city manager provided some information at the last meeting of the utility district, communicating that we are going to pursue infrastructure grants for the utility district, as well as, Director Blankenship's department has been very aggressive in obtaining grants. So we are looking at a grant writer, grant administrator, looking at that entire program, because there is a lot of opportunities out there that we think that we haven't really capitalized on. But having someone manage those grants is critically important, because we're pretty good from an agency perspective in receiving the grants. It's now tracking and making sure that we comply with what the grantors are looking for, so.
Any other questions or comments?
My only comment is, this is an application. Not every application comes to the board for a grant. And I guess that's my way of saying, I don't know if sometimes we need to even deal with us, I guess, agreeing to apply. I mean, it seems routine, so.
My suggestion was perhaps we should put these on consent.
Well, not
Although,
even.
do we have to be concerned about what we put on consent agenda?
Well, but I guess the bigger question is, what legislative action by way of resolution does this really require from us, other than sending staff out? I mean, if somebody wants to give us money, do we need to give them permission to go out and ask?
Well, herein lies the reason that we bring it before the board, because the grant will have stipulations that we need to comply with, and we wanted to make sure that the board is, one, knowledgeable that we have gone after a grant that's a $50,000 grant, but then they may say that you need to do X, Y, and Z, and is the board in favor of doing what the granting agencies are required? So procedurally, before any entity goes out there, it's very common that you ask for authorization before, especially in a situation where there may be, in this situation, there's not matching required, but in those matching grants, it's just customary that they get the authorization, because you have to come back and legislatively accept the money as well, and whatever the conditions are in the grant agreement. So we can place it on consent if there's no match required, but we certainly would still like to inform the board that we are pursuing grants, and these are what the nature of the grants are, because those things are audited, and we would never want in your financial audit to come in and say, there's a grant for $50,000 for a park that you were supposed to do X and you didn't comply with it, and the board says, we never knew we had to comply with these specific provisions.
Yeah. But speaking of consent agenda, could I ask that the attorney weigh in on the notion that we are restricted in putting certain things on a consent agenda?
No, you're not.
We're not, okay, thank you.
And just to also back to Mr. Evans' point, sometimes the grants require, for instance, the mayor or the chair to sign in order to submit the grant, and that would be another reason for bringing it to you. But I agree that where there is no match, consent would be perfect for that.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any other questions or comments? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
Item 21.
Resolution number 10419, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, authorizing the police department to execute addendum master tax exempt municipal lease purchase agreements with U.S. Bancorp to lease purchase 2 Horton Model 623 fire rescue units and 26 police vehicles, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement, authorizing the director of finance and administrative services to set up the budget for same, authorizing 3 annual payments in the amount of $341,524.49 for police, and 5 annual payments of $142,778.77 for fire rescue, and provide an effective date.
So
Madam
moved.
Chair, we do have public comments on this item. Public comment cards for this item is now closed.
So moved.
All right. He disappeared on me. Mr. Evans.
I can have Chief Rozier and Chief Kurd present this item.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Council, City Manager. I am Intern Chief Spencer Rozier, and before I even get started, I just want to thank the officers that's here now and that were here before. Thank them for their service. They do a great job day in and day out, and I appreciate it. I would like to also quickly say that I remember during a department heads meeting, the Assistant City Manager asked the departments for their support as far as adopting schools in the area, and I had a meeting. I didn't know everybody else had adopted Kennedy, but Kennedy is a school that I attended and went to, graduated from Kennedy Middle School, and we had an awesome basketball team, which included a guy by the name of Richard Rappert, who went on to play big-time college basketball at the University of Michigan and pro basketball. And I definitely would be remiss if I didn't mention my best friend and brother. His name was Eric Wilson. He was one of the best basketball players that played in the state of Florida. That being said, we'll get on to the business at hand.
Got the important stuff out of it, right?
So we're here seeking approval for the lease for the purchase of 26 police vehicles and also the fire rescue units. Chief Kurd will explain. Because we have a little bit more on our side, I'll let Chief Kurd explain his portion of it.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
Mayor, Manager. What we're looking to do is implement the final phases of our comprehensive vehicle maintenance replacement program. We are trading in 3 older units that are all over 10 years old with cumulative mileage on those vehicles of 250,000 miles with 2 new Horton rescue apparatus. This is going to allow us to have a rotation in our fleet because currently while our trucks look new, or what we reference the new style rescue trucks, the first one purchased in 2015 has 80,000 miles on it. So it's going to be essential to develop this comprehensive plan where we can put trucks in rotation and provide the community with the most state-of-the-art, advanced vehicles possible, not to mention the safety upgrades and features in these newer apparatus for our firefighters and the patients that we're transporting. There's significant cost associated with the existing apparatus as they've reached their end of life. It's costing us on average $50,000 a year to keep each one of our older units on the road up and running. That's $150,000 a year, and it doesn't make sense when these vehicles have practically reached end of life. So with that, I'll answer any questions on the rescue trucks.
Public comment. You want to do yours and then we'll come back?
Yes.
All right.
And on the police side, like I said, we're asking for financing of 26 police vehicles, which is a combination. It's replacing some older vehicles that we have. We currently have about 23 vehicles that are either 2012 or beyond that, up to 2004. But these vehicles are a combination of various type of vehicles. Some are going to patrol units. The officer actually patrols the streets, which is the bulk of the vehicles, and other vehicles are going to, we're going to have one of the vans go to a crime scene unit who needs an additional van for one of the crime scene techs, a couple of pickup trucks for our beach unit, so if they have any tows, also our marine patrol unit. So if they need to tow any vehicles or anything like that, they have that capability. We're also having some Ford Fusions, which is smaller, less expensive vehicles to provide to our detective bureaus to replace some of their older vehicles, and a couple of little small Polarises. The beach patrol vehicles that we currently have are kind of worn out and just constant need of repair, so we're trying to look to replace those vehicles too. So it's a combination of several things we're trying to accomplish with this lease agreement.
All right. Did you say you had any public comment cards?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, we'll go to public comment cards and then we'll come back to the board.
Thane Losman.
Fane Lozman.
Good evening.
Let me make sure I get my address correct here. 5251 North Ocean Drive, 5301 North Ocean Drive, 5251 North Ocean Drive, 5101 North Ocean Drive, 5021 North Ocean Drive, 5001 North Ocean Drive, 5011 North Ocean Drive, 4901 North Ocean Drive, 4601 North Ocean Drive, 4801 North Ocean Drive, and 4701 North Ocean Drive. Why is it significant that I'm the largest property owner in Singer Island? It's significant because my taxes, I like to go for notable causes. The number one priority of this board is the health and safety of the individuals in this city. And the people that provide the health and safety are the fire department and the police department. So before any money goes anywhere else, we have to make sure we have the equipment on the police side and on the fire side to provide the safety for the residents. And then you can go waste all the money on other stuff that you have a history of doing, especially Ms. Botel. So the idea here is that for somebody that pays taxes, and some people here don't pay taxes, but the people that do pay taxes, I support these equipment purchases. I don't think there's really anything to talk about. That's your number one job with health and safety, and I would recommend you get this equipment as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes public comment.
All right, comments or questions from the board?
Just one comment. Chief Kurt, I actually seen you yesterday on the fire truck pulling out that hose, trying to extinguish the fire at 8 o'clock in the morning. I was very surprised to see you, so thank you to know that you actually are out on the ground. Actually, I seen the assistant chief too, so thank you. That was very surprising, and it made me feel good to see you guys out first thing in the morning addressing it, and it was so ironic how it happened in the middle of a school zone. But I was really happy to see our top fire official on scene and actually not supervising, but actually hands on deck. So thank you for that.
Thank you, and in the future, don't be surprised.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you all so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel.
Yes.
Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right, discussion and deliberation, item 23.
Madam Chair, if I may have Acting Development Services Director, Mr. Jeff Gagnon, present this item.
Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards.
Okay.
On this item, the acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, general public. My name is Jeff Gagnon. I'm the Acting Director of Development Services for the city. This item is really for informational purposes for the City Council and general public, being that the ordinance associated with the amendment of a comprehensive plan came before council back in August of 2018. What staff would like to do is bring forth the second reading of that ordinance to move forward with some minor amendments to our comprehensive plan, which will specifically remove reference to a defunct Florida Administrative Code rule, which was Rule 9J5. The statute currently requires that as municipalities go through our amendment process to comprehensive plans, that we delete any reference to that rule. In short, the information was submitted to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, which initiated our state coordinated review process. Comments have been received from the state, and they have provided the city with a go-ahead to proceed with second reading of the ordinance. Being that there are multiple amendments that we're anticipating as a phase 2 perhaps, or phase 3, we're also looking to utilize the assistance of Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council in the near future, if that pleases the City Council. So I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
We'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back to the board.
J.B. Dixon, Fane Lozman.
J.B. Dixon, 3000 North Ocean Drive, Singer Island, Riviera Beach. The city comprehensive plan, I understand, has a lot of things in it that have not been followed up with the detail that needs to be followed up on that. And although I know that this will be a very unpopular opinion, I want to give my opinion that it is I've sat here tonight and heard, I'd say 3/4, well, at least half of the time and the prime time of this meeting being given to education. And it is not the function of you sitting up here on this dais as a city council to run the schools or any of the programs in it. And I keep hearing all these feel-good things. Believe me, I'm all for the schools. I'm on the board of directors of Friends of the Riviera Beach Schools, and that's where that concentration needs to be. In private foundations like that, in parental groups, it is not the function of the council. The council needs to run the city. We have real problems here in the comprehensive plan in all kinds of things that have not been followed up on. That is what the council should be concerned about, the processes, the permitting processes for business. No one else is going to do that. The school system, the school board has been given millions and millions and millions of dollars, and although I agree it probably isn't enough, Chairwoman Kashama Miller Anderson, but neither is there enough money to fix the potholes in our roads, to pay our police more, you just heard them here, so that we keep, those are the issues you should concentrate on, not the schools. We have a school board to run the schools. We have school taxes to fund the schools. We have outside groups and foundations to provide additional support to the schools. I think we need to go back and take care of the parts of this city that need to be taken care of. And I would like to see those issues that we just heard about with the fire and police equipment brought to the front of these meetings, not sit through hours and hours and hours of feel-good conversation about the schools. The school board should take care of the schools. I really, really want to redirect your energies and your attention and your money to the areas that no one else is ever going to take care of. No one else is going to provide for public safety. No one else is going to fix our roads. No one else is going to keep people from fouling our waters. Please pay attention to those issues.
Thank you.
Thane Losman.
Thane Losman.
Good evening.
5241 North Ocean Drive, 5301 North Ocean Drive, 5251 North Ocean Drive, 5101 North Ocean Drive, 5021 North Ocean Drive, 5001 North Ocean Drive, 5011 North Ocean Drive, 4901 North Ocean Drive, 4601 North Ocean Drive, 4801 North Ocean Drive, and 4701 North Ocean Drive. 11 properties. Just for the record, I have no problem giving my addresses in the city. Looking at the comprehensive plan, I agree, they needed to have some items repaired, and they repaired them in 2018 on the first reading. The question is, why is it 2018 is the first reading, and now here we are in October 2019 for the second reading? I think it goes to the competence of Jeff Gagnon. I have never, ever in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of meetings, I ever seen that big a gap between a first reading and a second reading. If that's the question I want Mr. Evans to explain. Is that the way I understand it? We already had a first reading on that item, and this is the second reading? I mean, is that accurate? That's the specific question I want to know. What is the gap between the first reading and the second reading on that? And are you allowed to have any change on the second reading without redoing it from scratch again? So if you add something, can you have a second reading if the first reading's changed? So that's the number one question. We know, what is the gap in time between the first reading and the second reading? He said the first reading was in 2018. Why are we in October 2019 for the second reading? Was something added? that was not clear. If nothing was added, I want an answer as to why it's been over a year between two readings. Who dropped the ball? Did Gagnon drop the ball? Did you drop the ball? You have to have accountability and professionalism. It's not professional to have that huge a gap between two readings. I want the answer to that. Part of the reason you have public comment is to ask questions and you get an answer. People are watching on TV, they go, well, why is it over a year? What went on? Did we add new stuff? If we added new stuff, is that legal without reading it again the first time? I want to know what that gap is all about, why that gap happened, and is there anything that has changed since then, and relative to its health, safety, and welfare. If there's an issue with our young students, it's also your job to address their welfare. If there's problems in the school district, you as a board can get input, and if you have things in your power to address or reach out to the school board or whatever. So certainly health, safety, and welfare is under your direct purview, contrary to what you may have heard up here from Dixon. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comments, Madam Chair.
All right, questions, comments from the board?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I did want to address one of the concerns, contrary to Ms. J.B. Dixon's advice that we do not focus on the educational system. I think we have failed our community when it comes to the educational system for a number of years. And if we don't pour into the children in our community, we're going to be not addressing the generational wealth and growth and development of our future taxpayers and the future leaders of this community. So in addition to all the other concerns that we are addressing on a constant basis, we need to focus on this new council working together at every aspect that we can. We have budgeted funds to actually go into education, so we're utilizing those to get to work on them and not wasting time addressing them. So first concern is, yes, we have to address our education in addition to addressing our comprehensive plan. Now, with addressing our comprehensive plan, we did attend a FRA conference where I would definitely recommend that we start to look at density in our downtown corridor. We start to work with our CRA district in establishing some changes to our corridors that we have and we need to work on. And I think we have to be very aggressive with that because we've talked about growth and development and pouring in to the infrastructure of our community, and I think we've just been kicking the can for far too long. So with this comprehensive plan, I want us to take a look at some of our surrounding municipalities, like what Delray has done in regards to incentivizing some business owners to provide affordable housing to actual business owners that are coming into developed with increasing possible density, but doing it at a rate that's not going to require displacement for our community. So we can do development without displacement, and there's a lot of options, but we have to immediately address this comprehensive plan and focus on that, even if we have to workshop it.
Anyone else? My question, go ahead.
So let me understand this, and my apologies, Mr. Gagnon. When you tried to share this with me, I was actually in between meetings. So this is what is the result of the first reading, what we have here on these 3 pages?
That is correct. Are you referencing the Exhibit A that was attached?
I'm not sure if that's the...
So
Yes.
within the backup information, there's an Exhibit A. So what's being proposed currently is just 3 strike-throughs or deletions within the comprehensive plan, which currently reference Rule 9J5. The original reading of the ordinance actually contemplated some of the ways that the comprehensive plan satisfies what's referred to as peril of flood requirements, which were established in 2015. Based on some of the feedback, we still need to do some work on that to make sure that we've satisfied the 6 criteria for peril of flood. But what staff would like to do is move forward with the item shown in Exhibit A, which is really deleting a few lines referencing Rule 9J5.
Madam Chair, if I may, Mr. Gagnon, could you also speak to the 2 comments that were articulated by the previous speaker with regards to the duration between first reading and second reading, and has there been any changes since first reading and second reading, and the intent behind this particular presentation, and how you've also been coordinating with the state on this matter?
Certainly. The intent of this presentation is to clearly bring everyone back up to speed and allow for public comments, board questions in a public forum prior to second reading, so that way there's no pressure to move forward with a second reading and we can work through any items that do come up. There is the opportunity to amend the ordinance between first and second reading. That's actually provided within the documentation that the state provided to the city as far as making changes to the ordinance based on some of the recommendations that the state provides. We're actually reducing the impact of the ordinance from first reading to second reading as far as the scope. We'd simply be deleting these references to Rule 9J5 with the second reading of the ordinance. Again, that information was sent to the state on first reading. They provide feedback. We received that feedback on May 17th of this year, and we have a certain amount of time in order to bring that to council to take action, whether that's to approve with amendments or to not move forward with amendments. So I think that summarizes the previous speaker's questions, and again, I'm happy to answer any other questions council may have.
Well, so you're saying that when the first reading vote was taken August 1st, 2018, between that time and May 17th, that the ball was in the court of the state at that time with it? That's why you couldn't move forward with a second reading?
There was a small gap between the first reading and transmittal to the state. There's a specific transmittal process that needs to occur. The initial transmittal had to be revised based on some of the feedback we received from the state. So it was not entirely on the state. I don't want to make it seem as if it was sitting at someone's desk there. So again, it's a process, and what happens is with the state coordinated review process, it's distributed to different state entities, and they have the opportunity within a set amount of time frame to review the amendment and to provide feedback within their field of expertise.
And so being that majority of the council was not here August 2018, if the council chose to have another first reading, if you will, what would be the process for having to do another first reading and then move into the second reading?
Certainly. So it's somewhat unique with this process because with the first reading, that is identifying to the state that it is a new process altogether. So what we didn't want to have happen is lose the progress that we've made to date by going back to another first reading. So we wanted to provide this as a discussion item in order to answer any questions or concerns so that we can move forward with this relatively minor amendment, which again is deleting reference to Rule 9J5 within our comprehensive plan. But the city as a whole, and from a staff perspective, we anticipate a second phase of amendments coming in the very near future.
Okay. Any other questions, comments from the board? Mr. Lawson, any questions or comments?
No, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Lanier?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. McCoy?
No.
Ms. Botel? All right, none for me. Okay, that seems just a little too easy, okay. Thank you, Mr. Gagnon.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so you'll be coming back with the second reading in the very near future?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right,
As soon as possible. Thank you.
thank you. All right, item 25.
The presentation of the General Employees Civil Service Board. Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item.
All
The
right.
acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
All right, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, if I can have Interim Human Resources Director, Ms. Eureka Irvin, provide a presentation concerning the General Employees Civil Service Board. This is a carry forward from the October 5th meeting, as we did not have the time to get into this specific matter. And so Ms. Young will provide a presentation, and then staff is requesting some direction from the board as to how you would like to proceed at the conclusion of the presentation.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. May I request just a small moment to get the PowerPoint up?
Walter. You ready?
Yes.
All right. Walter.
Okay.
Walter? can you
Walter's
help
not
it?
working.
Clicker, please, or something.
It's, well,
Can you just go through the internet? I mean, through the website? You want, are you able to, somebody able to talk or
okay,
do something?
I can just go ahead and, all right.
Yeah, I know.
To hire a 14-year-old to assist us.
I know.
Okay. All right.
Do you have a printed copy of it in front of you, Miss?
I can read the copies here.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay.
And we'll get there.
Okay.
You gonna start?
Okay. All right. All right, no. Okay.
If you have the thumb drive, I can
I
go,
don't
or
have
you
the
need
thumb
it to
drive.
read.
I need it to read.
Do you want my
Okay.
computer?
No,
I have
I
it
have-
here. You wanna read it off of here?
I got it, I got
Okay.
it. All right, so the,
Glad we've been at it. I know we've
this-
been at it.
okay.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead.
The city charter creates the civil service system in the city. So the charter mandates that we have two civil service board. A civil service board for our police and fire personnel, that's sworn personnel in uniform fire, as well as a civil service board for our general employees. The charter also sets forth the composition of each board and how they are appointed. However, the city charter, nor does the city code give a definition of the word managed or controlled as utilized in this section. The Civil Service Board is made up of 7 members. 5 members are appointed by City Council. One of the 5 members is an alternate member. And 2 members are elected by employees. In addition, the employees also elect an alternate member. Ordinance number 2600 outlines the functions and the duties of the board. It shall be the function of the Civil Service Board to encourage and promote a proper personnel system for the city, to inspire public confidence in city service, to assist through a proper personnel system, administrative officials in the efficient performance of their task, to provide employees in the classified service an opportunity for honorable and useful employment. And the Civil Service Board shall have specific functions to be outlined in the following provisions, and shall also have a general responsibility for creating standards of conduct and service which shall be of mutual advantage to the city and its employees. The board shall also adopt, amend as necessary, a code of regulations which pertain to their own operating procedures. The board shall adopt rules and regulation regarding hearing and adjudication of grievances relating to demotions, suspensions, and dismissal upon appeal from a decision of the city manager. The rules and regulation are subject to the approval of City Council. The board meet on the second Tuesday of each month at 6 p.m. A quorum is required for the board, and that shall consist of at least 4 members. Each member have been attending sessions, regular meetings, and the board has a annual meeting in May. The board shall be organized at the regular meeting in May. Okay. With this, I'm going to ask the attorney, Lynn Whitfield. She is the, just say that right there for me. She is the Civil Service Board attorney, and she will go over some of the pros and cons of the Civil Service Board for me. Attorney Lynn Whitfield.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairman and rest of the council. Mr. Evans. I was asked to look at your Civil Service Board and to answer several questions as it related to the Civil Service Boards here in Riviera Beach. As stated by Ms. Young, your Civil Service Boards are created via your charter. Their functions and everything else are in your code of ordinances. The pros of a Civil Service Board is it gives an employee another avenue in the event that there is a disciplinary or any issue between them and the city administration. They can either go by governance, by their grievance process if there is a union in place and an agreement in place, or they can choose to bring it before the Civil Service Board. That is the basic pro of a Civil Service Board. Now, some of the cons of a Civil Service Board, well, administration can receive an impartial opinion, another review of the facts, another set of eyes to look at what occurred. There are some cons to having a Civil Service Board. As far as most administrations feel that having a Civil Service Board usurps their responsibility and their authority once your charter has given to them to hire and fire employees. It also, there's a fear of examinations, and it can take longer to fill positions. If you have an individual who is being terminated, and so you have their right to appeal that termination to a Civil Service Board. There are time periods that are set up in your ordinance that gives them the right when they have to file. But sometimes city administrations feel they can't hold that position open for the whole process to be carried out in a Civil Service Board. There's often delays when you have the hearings, getting a right date. The way Riviera Beach does it, you have a hearing officer that actually hears it, makes a recommendation to your Civil Service Board. Then the Civil Service Board meets to hear that recommendation and to have a vote. I know that when I came on here, you had an individual that was disciplined in December, and I believe his case did not finally conclude until the summertime. The city has to go ahead and fill that position, and then if that person, the recommendation by the Civil Service Board, actually the decision by them is to send that person back to work, then the city administration has a issue of where do we put that person, because we've hired someone to fill that position. So those are some of just the cons of the Civil Service Board.
And also, the Civil Service process, not the board, but the Civil Service process, it also affects the recruitment of positions in the classified service. When I say we have a fear of examinations, we may send out several hundred notices for applicants to come in and take an examination, and a great number will not show up just because there is an examination. And so we lose quite a bit of applicants in that regard.
What,
Okay.
can you just explain to me, what does that part have to do with the Civil Service Board?
Because that's still, the Civil Service Board certifies the eligibility list.
Okay.
The Civil Service Chairperson certifies
Okay.
the eligibility
Okay.
list. Okay. And there are at least 2 eligibility lists that we use.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
when you say examinations, what do you mean?
We call it's a basic knowledge
Oh, a
examination.
skills test. It's not like a
Yes.
physical examination.
Not, in some cases, like for the lifeguards, lifeguards
Okay.
have to go out and swim.
Okay, I see.
Okay. All right, so what other municipalities have done in lieu of having a civil service board? 19 cities were surveyed, and less than half have civil service board. The cities with no civil service board rely on their bargaining agreements for the grievance process, and that including appeals of a termination, demotions, and suspensions. The cities that do have civil service board, their boards are advisory in nature. We are the only city with a civil service board that has the authority to render a binding decision in an employee's appeal. And that is where it comes up usurping the manager's authority. Okay. What step, if any, the city and/or its council would need to take to either modify or eliminate the Civil Service Board? First thing would be necessitate an amendment to the city charter, because it's in the charter that the city have the 2 boards. Section 166021 specifically state which provision of a municipality charter cannot be amended without charter amendments approved by the voters. Although the Civil Service Board is established by the charter, the duties, responsibilities, and the functions of the board are set forth in the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Board, Committees, and Commissions. And now our current members of the Civil Service Board, they have requested that their appointments be extended. And the terms are established by City Council by ordinance. The City Council can amend the ordinance as it relates to this current board and have terms not expire until April of 2021 instead of April 2020. The ordinance can be drafted so it is clear that the future terms will be for 2 years, starting in April 2021. Okay. Questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So if we decided that we didn't think that we would prefer to be like so many other cities that you surveyed and did not want to have a civil service board with that kind of authority, what you're suggesting is that we can change rather than going through the process of changing the charter, it would be easier for us to change the duties, responsibilities, and functions of the board by changing our own ordinances, and
Yes,
that would be
ma'am.
an easier process. Okay.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ms. Irving, how many municipalities did you survey when it came to taking a look at comparing our city to the others?
There was 19 cities.
Hold on, Mr. Lawson?
Yeah, go ahead, Madam Chair.
No,
That's
are
it.
you done?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Miss,
Could we have a list of the people on the Civil Service Board now, and were they appointed by our predecessors?
Yes.
So was each council person given one, is that how it worked?
I was not here at that time.
Yeah.
I cannot confirm those facts.
Okay. Well, we put an advertisement out through the city clerk's office, And it was whomever applied, because the application was very small, and those applicants were appointed as board members.
It just seems to me that if so many other cities don't function in this way, there must be a good reason. It also seems to me that we're, in some ways, usurping the power of the city manager, and I, for one, would say, let's change the way our code reads so that we don't have this much authority in the hands of people who are not as knowledgeable, perhaps, as our own HR department or our own city manager. And we do have bargain units in place, so that would take care of some of that function.
Yes.
Question. So, number 5, slide 5, you spoke about the rules and regulations of the board. Now, this ordinance was adopted in 1995.
Yes.
Did the current Civil Service Board adopt rules, or, because I don't recall anything, at least in the past couple of years. I remember when they got reinstituted, but I don't remember anything else coming back to the council as far as adopting of any rules.
Thank you. I can answer that question. The rules that are currently in place were adopted in 1992. The new Civil Service Board has gone through the rules. They have made some changes. At our last meeting, they do have changes to those rules that they anticipate bringing to the council.
And so these rules, are they just kind of procedural in nature, like on how the board operates, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Parliamentary type?
Yes, they are procedural.
Okay.
How many employees fall under this?
There are
Civil service?
there are a total of 3 employees, and one of the employees is an alternate member.
One of the employees is an alternate member.
I'm sorry, you asked how many,
covered.
I thought you were meaning how many employees were on the board.
I said employees on the Lord.
I'm sorry.
Everybody get back in. How many people are covered by, or can go to the Civil Service Board?
I can give you an approximate number.
Any number, yeah.
Okay, that is the same number of employees that are pretty much covered by the SEIU bargaining agreement. And I believe they have approximately 180 members. But also the Civil Service Board covers an additional 20 employees under your confidential job classification list.
The individuals that do not have a union, these are the individuals that, this is their only avenue?
There's only one group of employees that are not covered by a union, and that is approximately maybe 20 employees.
Okay.
And those employees, the best way to tell you would be the employees that are on the job classification list that's titled supervisory and confidential.
Okay, so about 20 people roughly don't have an avenue at all,
Correct.
such as a union?
Right.
Okay. But some of the SEIU can participate, can go this route as well?
Yes.
All right. Anyone else?
But if we chose to modify the function, one thing we might consider would be making their decisions non-binding, for example?
Make it as an advisory.
As an
board.
advisory,
Yes.
make
Like
it an advisory, yeah.
board. Yeah. Yep.
So if that's the case, so in the pecking order, they would be advisory to the manager?
They what? Would be what?
If they were to be advisory, who would they be advising? The city manager?
Yeah, to the city manager. So what I would envision if it was a process that a department director would effectively recommend disciplinary action or termination, that recommendation would go before the Civil Service Board. They would look at the findings of the department director and the Human Resources Department. They will caucus and have their opinion, and then both opinions would come to the manager for the purposes of looking at those documents and then rendering a final opinion on the matter. That's how I would envision that particular situation working if it's an advisory board in that capacity.
So where does a predetermination hearing fall in that? Is that what you're saying about the department head?
Right, that effectively becomes their predetermination hearing.
So the,
So it'd
Let
be a
me-
it would be a
Okay,
recommendation.
that would be, the predetermination will occur before that. The predetermination conference is a recommendation given by the department, and it's usually for a suspension or termination. HR, as well as legal, and the employee and the employee representative get together, and we hear the side of the employee. HR and legal make a recommendation or follow the recommendation of the department. That is submitted to the manager. That's when the manager makes the final decision. And that is the decision that is normally appealed through either the grievance process or the union grievance process or through the Civil Service Board. You can't do both.
But that is the process that currently exists as it stands today.
Yes.
So if there's a modification to the Civil Service Board looking to serve as a advisory board, we probably need to look at that entire flow of the process, because one of the situations are to, in any disciplinary action, what should occur is conceivably that HR, the department director, legal, and the employee and whomever they're represented with or what have you, have that meeting, and then I get provided all the information at once, but I don't get any additional information from department heads or that employee. It's a situation where I look at the facts and the information contained in the analysis versus a situation where information is provided to me prior to the action made on the employee. So separating the manager outside of it to be a unbiased party to be able to look at the information and the recommendation from the Civil Service Board, I think is, as we look, and if we move in that direction, something that we need to consider what's the most appropriate course of action if it's going to work in that capacity.
Madam Chair, we do have public comment cards on this item.
Okay, all right, so are you finished with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go to public comment card.
Dr. Lydia Smith.
Hello, good
Good
evening.
evening.
My name is Dr. Lydia Smith. The last time I was here, Mayor, Mr. Evans, Council, I requested, Madam Chair, that you provided us training in the civil service, and we did get that, so thank you so much for being proactive with that. I got the email and with the presentation, but I'd like for you to understand a little bit. When we first were enacted with the rules and regulations, we were told that we could not have adopted new rules and regulations because we were waiting on the other board that the council did not activate yet. And so we couldn't actually change the rules or have them new rules and regulations for us. The second thing is that we were told that we wouldn't normally get cases, but we did. And we got it from by the time we had gotten the case, the gentleman was terminated or suspended since December, and he kept coming to the meeting. So by the time he got the letter from management, I think it was in May sometime, and we met every 2 weeks to get it resolved within 2 months. And what we did was we looked at the information that we got from the city, and after discussing it, we realized that there were a lot of holes in the case. And so that's why we recommended that he had an independent hearing. And so after he had an independent hearing where both sides were able to present their evidence, and it was made public so anybody could attend, that's when the hearing officer recommended that the recommendation was made back to the board that we put the employee back to work, paying him back pay from when he was initially suspended. And after we got the information, we reviewed it, and we voted to accept the hearing officer recommendation. After that, the city now has the opportunity to appeal the decision, which they did not. The same would work if we had chose to negated the hearing officer's decision. The employee would have had the opportunity to appeal the decision just the same. The reason why I personally think that it should stand independent, opposed to be an advisory board to the city manager's office, respectfully, it's because since they are the ones that actually fire or terminate or demote the employee, not making a final decision outside and going back to them, it would be like, okay, well, maybe you could or could not, and then maybe that employee would not get their job back, and then would open up the city for more litigation or other, things to other causes. And I'm sure you can correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I'd gotten from the training that you had done. So, and when it comes to the eligibility list, I made sure I get them signed within 2 days, so there's no holdup. So that's all. Thanks so much.
Madam Chair, if I may, one of the challenges that we have is that there is no back-end policy that effectively says, okay, the Civil Service Board has said, we're going to return this individual back to work, and then I have a department director then says, I don't want this person back in the department because of the challenges that were associated with why we got to this point. So now I have to find a place in the organization and try to put somebody in a position that hopefully they meet the prerequisites to be able to be in that position. And then, it creates for a challenge in those situations, because there's no policy that says in the event that the Civil Service Board or says that an individual is to return to work, it doesn't say they are to return back to their original position, et cetera, et cetera. And as you can see, the situation that from December to when the issue was resolved, that is a significant amount of time for an agency that is having a hard time to be able to recruit individuals to fill those positions. So therein lies some challenges. Now, I know that there is a desire to separate and have it function independently, but if you look at the language that's explicit in the charter, it says that the city manager appoints and, when necessary for the good of the city, removes all officers and employees for the cities except for otherwise provided in this charter. So you have language that is real nebulous, because the functions of it says you need to have a Civil Service Board, but the ordinance provides for additional teeth in the arrangement there. So it's that constant challenge. And I think when you look at when the inception of the language, you didn't have some of the labor laws you have now. You didn't have some of the collective bargaining agreements you have now. And in most cases, most individuals that go through the grievance process go through their union representation that has a set prescribed process. In a situation, I think it provides for some challenges, because I would hope that when we get to a point where we're effectively moving to terminate someone, that HR and that department director and that manager has done their due diligence with regards to documenting the process and progressive discipline. There's absolutely some things on our end from the staff side I think we need to correct to be able to get to the point, because conceivably if we give a good product to the Civil Service Board, 9 times out of 10 that they should be able to see administration's perspective, because there is documentation that supports the action. For whatever reason, sometimes that hasn't been the case, and some of these things get prolonged and take a long time, and that's because of some of the staffing challenges. But the other side you have is if a situation where the Civil Service Board complies or agrees with everything that comes from management and says, yes, we agree with this disciplinary action, then it becomes, in essence, a kangaroo court that everyone says, why even go to the Civil Service Board, because they're going to agree with administration anyway, or what have you. So there's some things there that the board obviously would have to have a more in-depth conversation as to where you would like to go. At the end of the day, I think when we fix some of our internal processes, we'll have a better end product that, unfortunately, if we have to go through that process, that there would not be the proverbial holes in the presentations that will come before the Civil Service Board.
I have a question from Ms. Whitfield, or Ms. Shariq, I'm not sure which one. Why do you think most of these municipalities have gotten away from civil service boards? Is there a reason?
I think it's the
I mean,
same-
about the unions, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's the ones that have no civil service board at all are using their union contracts and
did
doing the
They
grievance.
had one at some point and they just did away with it?
Some of them had them and did away with them, yes.
Okay. All right. And before some of them got rid of theirs, did they have as much power as the one that we have?
I have not been able to find anyone who was binding before.
All right.
Question. So that scenario that was mentioned about the employee and that lack of time. So two questions I want to ask. Is that employee being paid?
That employee has been made whole for the lost wages over the time that they were displaced from the organization, and they have been relocated to another department in another position. So now they are receiving compensation and are a regular employee of the agency, but not in the specific position and the job classification that they previously had.
So I'm clear. So during the process of them waiting on the appeal, they were not being paid?
They were not being paid, no, sir.
Then they had to be reinstated retroactive?
Yes, sir.
To the original pay?
Well, they were compensated for lost wages and lost earned time. In addition to, since there was only a certain amount of positions that individual was, in essence, qualified for, they moved into another position that there happened to be a vacancy in that department, and end up getting I think about a $2 or $3 raise as a result of that, placing them in that particular position, because that was the only position.
Can we carve out can we carve out something for us in the event that we don't win re-election? Because that's exactly what it sounds like.
You get fired and get a
But
raise.
I say that jokingly, but more importantly, I think I appreciate what the intent was with civil service. Certainly due process, right? That's the first thing that comes to mind. But I think it's almost unreasonable to ask a manager to manage with these type of limitations. And a couple things I know I had the discussion with Ms. Nguyen as well as Ms. Young and also the manager, and nothing to the members, because let me tell you, I only served as a volunteer member of a board for 7 years, but they put in a lot of work. But these are positions that we're asking someone to ultimately be an arbitrator. And I think there has to be a little more criteria, because I didn't even realize that question that you asked, that the Civil Service Board affects the hiring process. So at least at some point, if they're going to be that intimately involved, someone should have some level of training in, the legal profession or the labor field, or some sort of training, or in the alternative, their decision has to be a recommendation. I don't think that we can rely on lay individuals, because you get this whole thing of now we have to monitor the monitors, and we have to go out and make sure, because obviously there's going to be undue influence on members of that board and people lobbying that board when they get potentially fired. So, we can't, we certainly want to be fair, but I don't think we can really hold up the process. I am going to address another question later in board member comments regarding staffing, but I heard Ms. Whitfield, it was mentioned that the city could appeal the board's decision. Is that correct?
Yes, the way it stands now, because it's a final decision, either side can take an appeal, if they so desire, to the courts.
To what court? Circuit court?
To the circuit court by writ of cert, yes.
Okay, and so, so I guess where's this all encompassed at? Because is it in the rules?
Well,
this process of being able to appeal and that sort of thing?
That's in the rules of court.
No.
Anytime you have an administrative board that renders a final decision, you have a right to file an appeal with the courts, and you give them 30 days in which to file the writ of certiorari with the courts.
So Just-
That's any administrative board that has final say in a matter.
I got that, but the whole process that we established, is it delineated in the ordinance, or is there further guidance in the rules that the Civil Service Board adopts and council ultimately approves?
Your ordinances give the Civil Service Board the final authority.
Okay. That's it for what I have.
All right, so for tonight, you're looking for us to make a determination on which way we want to move forward?
Yes, we're looking for direction as to if the board would like to see us move forward with bringing some options with respect to the duties and responsibilities of the board, and see if, an option where it's an advisory board by modifying the existing ordinances, or an option where the Civil Service Board is, a board that, well, you have to have one until you amend the charter, but to take out, I think the big issue is that, that binding authority and moving it to maybe a advisory board, and then mapping out how the grievance process will work to ensure that there's some inclusions from the Civil Service Board and how that would operate. So if there's a desire from the board for us to move in that direction to do some research and bring you some draft ordinances for consideration, we can do that.
Yeah, I would be in support of that in terms of looking at making it an advisory board. So I would like to see some examples of ordinances come back that could help us to go into that direction. Any other comments?
I also would like to see it, I'd like to see some recommendations from staff as to how it could become more of an advisory board and less of a final.
Okay, so here's where I differ just a little bit. While I certainly, I appreciate that the members offered, I don't want to gut the very protections that this board affords to employees. While I think you do have to have a balance of whether or not they should be advisory, on the other hand, are these, and I don't know a correct way to say this, but are these the appropriate people to make this sort of decision? I know there was a conversation about having a special master, and I would almost be in favor of that, having a special master or special magistrate and make that potentially binding. But, I want to see what those various options are. And more importantly, I think at some point, probably, I guess within the week, if we can see, what those rules look like and what those ordinance looks like, because, this has to be weighed in the grand scheme of things, and I don't think we can just take this as an individual civil service piece, because we need to look at from the very onset what the civil service members does, and then not only that, the whole entire process of what, I guess, alternatives and discipline actions are afforded to employees. This whole step, I think I've only heard it since I've been on the board. They call it progressive discipline. I don't know how any of that works. So we can't just take this as one item. We have to take this in the whole scheme of how we, at least assess our employees in hiring and firing.
Right. And Councilman, I think you bring up some really good points, because it's not just looking at it just the civil service. There's so many other tentacles that are tied to it. So we need to have a more robust conversation on progressive discipline. How does this process work? And then if we go down this track, this is the options that we have available to us. So this is probably something more suited for a more thorough workshop discussion.
Let me guess, a Saturday workshop.
You got it.
And
But-
you will get your items before the night.
Yeah, and you'll definitely get your items before 9 o'clock. So if it's the board's pleasure, we can kind of look at option A, B, C, and D, and then kind of explain how those options work, and the board can say, well, I like an element from A and I like an element from C. Can this conceivably work? And then I think it's an opportunity as well to consider, if the board's so inclined, to invite the Civil Service Board to participate in that kind of joint conversation. Because ultimately they've been appointed to serve in that capacity, and they have some insight that at the end of the day, we want to make sure that there's due process, but we can hold folks accountable and move the organization in a direction that gets us good people hired, and we address the situations with coaching the employees, and if we have to move in a situation that requires discipline, that it's fair and it's balanced and it's equitable, and we can, address it accordingly.
One last comment. So actually, two brief things. So Does this have any impact on the labor unions? Like, is that a part of that conversation, like with, you know, I guess, the benefits that they're afforded? Because they can either do one or the other,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, they can either select whether they go through the Civil Service Board or the union process, and most of them go through the union process. You have a few that, you know. go
Okay,
through the
I just
Civil Service.
would ask for the rules and then also the ordinance at some point.
Anyone else? Are you all in support of them going and getting these options and looking at doing a Saturday workshop?
Sure.
I'm not.
Support
I'm not
us
available.
to give us time, enough time to ask as many questions as we like, right?
Sure, yes.
All right. All right. So you're good with item 25?
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, item number 26.
Item 26 is pursuant to the employment agreement between the City of Riviera Beach and the city manager. It is required pursuant to the labor agreement that there be a matrix that the board identifies and accepts for the purposes of a performance evaluation. I have provided 2 performance evaluations that have been vetted by the Committee on Professional Development from the Florida City County Management Association, and also have been vetted through the International City County Management Association. So staff is requesting direction from the board which evaluation matrix that you may want to see. We can also add or remove additional elements in any of the evaluation tools. How the process would be administered is that prior to the time frame that's specified in the contract, you will be provided the evaluation. You can certainly, I will be providing you a memorandum of things that were accomplished within that time. You would get that information, take that information. There would be opportunities afforded to each of the elected officials to meet with me privately concerning the memorandum that I provide. The evaluations would not be shared with me until they are publicized, so you would actually provide your evaluation to the finance director. The finance director would tally up the scores, calculate what the overall rating is, and then a memorandum would be generated with the attachments of your individual evaluations, and then it will be shared with the public at a regular meeting of the city council.
All right, hold on 1 second. We're going to let Miss Claudine do her thing, and then.
Madam Chair, we do not have any public comment cards on this item.
All right.
The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank
And as you are aware,
It's 10 minutes, right. All right, thank you, Mr. Evans. You have anything else
That's
to add
it,
to
Madam
that?
Chair.
All right, so you want us to select something, or tonight, or think about it, or what are we doing?
You can certainly think about it, or you can, we can bring it back, but the board just needs to make a decision as to which one, which matrix that you prefer.
All right,
Madam Chair,
yes,
I like the second one.
all right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think the first one, to me, is more comprehensive. I don't know, does the city manager have a recommendation?
I've actually had both of these evaluations administered on me, so I'm indifferent.
That's a good question. Thank you, Dr. Botel. That was just a perfect question.
I'd like to know,
I mean, but it's gonna be about his evaluation. I mean,
But he picked the right answer. He said it didn't matter.
yeah, I know, but it's like, you know, hey, and nothing by this, but this is almost, how do you want to be disciplined? How do you want to be praised? So, I mean, that's pretty much what we asking. But I agree.
He
I
said he
thought
didn't
the
want
first
the
one-
whooping. He just wanted the
I thought the
punishment,
first one
that's
was
all.
better. So
All right, so which one do you want, Mr. McCoy?
number one, but I just her comment was like,
Hey.
I'd love to have you as my supervisor, Dr. Botel.
Well, I enjoy having all of you as my supervisor.
Anyone else?
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I think the first one is detailed
I'm
and
fine with the
comprehensive.
first one as well.
Perfect. All right.
Are we good? Did Mr. McCoy, you said the first one, right?
Yes.
Sounds like
Okay.
what he wanted.
You want number 3, Madam Chair? You want to make your own?
I'll make up my own. All right.
Good.
All right, so we're good on that?
Yes.
Item 26, number 1, matrix.
Yes.
All right.
And Madam
Yes.
Chair, if I may, if the board would indulge me for a moment.
Well, we have about 8 minutes unless we're going to extend the meeting.
I don't know if there's many things I can do in 8 minutes, so.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
So I did want to take this opportunity to communicate directly to the public with regards to some of the information that has come to me in various sources. And for whatever reason, it continues to be circulated through the community about some intention to outsource operations. And I can tell you that is anything further from the direction that we will move this city. First off, any outsourcing of operation is not a decision made by the manager. It's a decision that is a public policy decision that is made by the elected body. We all value each and every operations within this city, from public safety to the utility district to parks and recreation. If anything, we're looking to insource because we believe that we can control our own destiny and move the city in the direction that we need to move it. So we're not expecting suits and ties from out of town to run our city and tell us the direction that we need to go. And so one of the things that I would like this board to consider as the next election approaches, that we look to put 3 important issues on the ballot for the voters. And those items are to make our public safety departments, both police and fire, as well as our utility district charter departments. By being a charter department, that means that the voters would be the only entity and individuals that would ever be able to effectively allow for contracting out of any operation. That puts the authority not on this dais, but in the people. And I am so sick of having to continue to answer the questions about, you know, the sheriff's department and those types of things. I don't even know where the sheriff's office main headquarters is, to start off. One, I am so proud of our law enforcement personnel, and we have the best and the most dynamic teams anywhere in South Florida. So if someone thinks that they're going to come in here and try to take away our identity from our community, they're sadly mistaken, because as city manager, that's not something that I'm interested in. And I know this board is lockstep that they want to see us fix our problems and that we have the workforce, the staff, and the capabilities to be able to do it. So I wanted to put that issue to bed. I will be advocating for the board to consider making those 3 departments charter departments. And then by doing that, the only way that those departments ever go away is by a vote of the people. And that forever, in perpetuity, secures that the city of Riviera Beach will always be the city of Riviera Beach. And so I hope that we continuously do not hear these rumors or these scare tactics, because at the end of the day, I know that they're lies, I know that they're inaccuracies, I know that it's fear-mongering, but it's not affecting Jonathan Evans. It's affecting the men and women that work in our departments, and that's not fair to them. And we deserve to give them our very best, and they deserve to know that their paychecks are going to be coming in every 2 weeks. And so to even consider that that would be an intention of this administration or this board is disingenuous in so many ways. And so I hope that this puts it to bed once and for all, and we do not need to waste any more time discussing this as we are prepared to move forward and move this city where it needs to go.
Thank you. I mean, I would certainly support that if we get down to that point, and that's something that the board wants to do, because I know for for the last couple of years, I've been hearing that, and that, you know, the conversation's never been had with me, so I know that the rumors have been put out there quite frequently, but that's never been a conversation that I've entertained, so just wanted to say I would support having that put on the ballot. And Mr. McCoy, are you looking at your watch, trying to tell me it's time to go?
No, I was trying to see if a motion was in order.
Did you want to do one?
Extend for 5 minutes?
All right.
Councilperson Lawson.
Yes.
Councilperson Lanier.
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy.
Yes.
Pro Tem Botel. Chair Miller Anderson.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
All right. Did anyone else have anything to say about that, or do you want to just go on into our attorney comments?
Just one question.
Yes.
When he say charter, what is that? Tell me just right quick.
The department has a specific place in the charter. So now it would say that the City of Riviera Beach Public Safe, Police, Fire, and Utility District are charter departments, and that their existence is codified in the charter, and the only way to remove that is that you would have to get the will of the people to say that that department goes away. So you can never contract out that function unless the voters approve it.
All right. Ms. Swin, any comments?
No, Madam Chair.
All right. City Council Committee reports? None. Statements by the Mayor and City Council. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Stevens, I like that idea, that we put it back in the residents' hands, that, because I hear a lot of rumors too that the sheriff is gonna take over. But I think if we involve our residents, put it in their hands, it would be safe. So I like that idea, that we do explore that idea and put it on the ballot. Secondly, I just want to thank all of you guys on this board that are adopting schools. I think Councilman Lawson, I believe we can chew gum and walk at the same time. And you know, our babies are important too. So if we can, from this board, do both, I think we should. So that's it for me.
All right, Dr. Botel?
Just to remind you that the JFK Middle School after-school career awareness program is in full swing, and we are looking for mentors. So if you are interested in mentoring middle school kids, you can reach me at jbotel@riverabeach.org. November 12th, we will have a lunch and a dinner presentation about the Palm Beach State College courses that will course, because we're starting with one. It's the Business Specialist course, and it'll be delivered right here in Riviera Beach at our Public Works building. And we'll have an information session about that course on November 12th at the Marina Event Center, one at lunchtime and one at dinner time. And just a quick note about the Salute to Veterans that will be happening on Singer Island on November 9th and 10th. There's a Led Zeppelin tribute band, if that's your music of choice. But it should be a lot of fun. It'll be music all day and lots of great food. It's a seafood extravaganza. So please come out to the Ocean Mall on November 9th and 10th for Salute to Veterans.
Mr. McCoy?
Yes, so just a couple things, and I think it probably is appropriate for another meeting, or probably in the interim you could send to us. Can you give us an update on PBA contract negotiations? And tell me, like, when do we expect to reconvene on that?
We're probably, I have a memorandum that's in draft mode that I can be able to share with the board. But we're most likely going to have that discussion with the board at your second meeting in November, which leads me to another point. The second meeting in November conflicts with the National League of Cities Conference. And so we were thinking if the board would be so inclined for us to move the meeting to the 18th versus the 20th, because the conference is from the 20th to the 23rd. And I think probably a majority of the council will be attending that conference.
Okay, so I want to say, so to the point of staffing, I heard that, well, I've experienced that. I didn't even know certain people were not regular employees. I just got used to seeing them every day, that they were temps, and I see that management has moved away from that. So that might be a conversation for offline. I would certainly like to know what happens with that. And also, are we going to have some discussion on the special meeting or no?
Yeah.
The date for what you said, that Monday?
For Monday at
Okay.
6.
That's it, Madam Chair.
What date is that? What
It's
is it?
I won't be here.
What date is
Madam Chair,
The
if I can
18th.
just receive something in writing from from the mayor or elected official directed that the
The two
meeting be
dates,
noticed.
I mean, the two council people?
Yes.
Quick thing, Madam Chair, I know we're in comments, but we're hosting a event that we started this past Monday here in the
Did you
chambers.
just jump over everybody else's
I
comments?
wasn't.
Just forget what you
I
all were
wasn't
talking
jumping,
about. I
Madam
need
Chair.
to talk about my announcement.
No, not an announcement. What I'm saying is,
And that popped up at the same time, really, on cue.
oh, I didn't know that was coming.
Yeah.
I didn't know. But the reason was,
Okay, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, was that we just talked about the meeting
Yeah.
in regards to Monday.
And you
And
have-
it's a symposium that we've been hosting for the Nonprofit Mixer. So
Yeah.
I want to note to address if we could possibly have the meeting at 8 p.m. because it finishes at 8 sharp, if that's too late, or if we wanted to possibly do 5:30. I'm just not sure how long the discussion goes. Because the symposium starts at 6:30.
Right, okay.
Or we can address if I need to relocate it or what
what-
do we need to do, but it is
what is
on
the
Monday for
date?
the next 2 weeks.
Well, we need you there.
It's the
here, right?
28th.
The 28th?
Yeah.
Well, what
It is
about that
something that-
Tuesday?
We will,
Can we do the
a few of us are leaving town that Tuesday to go to.
29, oh, okay.
DC.
Friday?
I think they have to have it by the first, if I'm not,
They have, I
or
believe
before.
Mr. Hurt told me they needed it by the 30th or the 31st.
Well, what about the 25th?
I'm good to
Friday?
This Friday.
Mhm.
25th?
Is that
Better for me.
okay?
Yeah.
I'm okay
Yeah.
with Friday, Madam Chair.
Friday?
That can work for me.
Yeah.
Coy and Lanier?
Not, no, no.
Look now.
All right, I'm good with Friday.
At 6, right?
Yeah.
Friday at 6, yeah.
All right, so that'll be for the item we took off tonight
And
and
the
the
warranty deed.
other one. All right. All right,
Madam
so
Chair.
Mr. Lawson already did his comments. No. Were you finished?
Okay.
Wasn't it, what did you
I
ask?
asked
There
them
was
to give us
something
a update. I'm
about
gonna
the
do it offline.
PBA, but it was something else we
Uh,
were talking
temp
about.
agencies and staffing.
Yeah, but I thought it was something else you said. Did we kind of jump to the announcement? Maybe not. Okay. Ms. Lanier?
Our 5 minutes is up.
Lanier?
Mr. Lawson can't
Comments?
Right quick, for the public, for the board, for the residents, December 1st is World AIDS Day. As the young lady said at the podium, we're having a Health and Awareness Fair at the Marina on December 6th. And also on December 21st, we're hosting a citywide Kwanzaa celebration. That will be from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. at the Marina. But I will have more information at the next meeting. That's it.
All right, Ms. Lawson?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have 2 minutes.
First, I wanted to just thank all the seniors that came out and all the sponsors that came and supported Senior Day. We're going to try to host a senior event every quarter just for our seniors, a game day and a luncheon. So thank you to Youth Rec and thank you to Mama for actually being co-sponsors for the event. And always Mr. Dan Calloway, thank you. Wanted to announce that our residents have been asking for us to bring back our mental health symposium. So December 17th, January 21st, and February 18th, we're going to be bringing back mental health in the minority community. It's going to be hosted right here in the chamber again. It's going to be a 3-month series where we're going to talk about mental health in the community. And finally, we started a new symposium, which is a nonprofit startup, Nonprofit 101, where we address how to start a nonprofit, the local, state, and federal regulations, your back office operations, and your resource department, how to actually run and operate a nonprofit effectively and efficiently. And I think that's something that's vital for our community right now. So it started on Monday. We had about 100 people registered for the event. About 50 to 60 residents showed up. A few people texted they weren't available to come. They forgot about the event, but they'll be here on Monday. So we have a few slots that are open. So if you can attend, if you're available, we'll have some openings as well. You can register online, or you can just show up. We'll have openings. We'll make space for everybody. So Monday at 6:30, we'll be having food, and Ms. Sandra Stringer is actually going to be hosting the event.
All right, and I have two announcements. Don't forget our trunk or treat. We'll be here at City Hall from 6 to 9:30 on this Saturday. So bring your children, grandchildren out, nieces and nephews. And then also, and Mr. Mayor, you may have been approached about this. There will be an appreciation celebration reception for Dr. Gerald Burke. Many people, I'm sure, knows who he is, and he's had
he taught at Suncoast, I know, for quite a while, and many people in Riviera Beach. It'll be Friday, November 8, 2019, at 5:30 p.m. at the Marina. And his family has requested a proclamation. So that's something I think they will be, Miss Erica Davis would be probably the point to see if we can get that done for him. He's been around. Don't cut, y'all can't cut me off because he took my time. And so they've requested it, and he's a public figure here for a while, so hopefully we can get that done. Oh, I'll fix y'all next time. With that, we stand adjourned.